Farlam, Majori is nog steeds on the edge. Which of the parties wishes to cross-examine next? Mr. Poff, we're pleased to see you back. We hope that you're recovered from your unpleasant ordeal. You're in a position to cross-examine immediately.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson, for those kind words. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, General.
Morning, sir.
I'd like General, I know that the Chairperson has made a sensible ruling that people should have a document before, the day before, preferably, before it's referred to, or at least get a few minutes to read it. But I'll take some liberty. There's a document that I'm going to refer you to, which I'll just refer you literally to one sentence, and then over the tea break or whatever, you can read it properly. Is that in order?
That's in order with me, yes, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you. It's probably in front of you. It's the opening statement that we made, and I suppose it will be exhibit.
Chair, it hasn't been made an exhibit yet, so it would be Triple G 18.
Triple G 18.
Thank you.
And in it, you will see that, also by way of introduction, that I represent the persons who were injured and those who were arrested during the relevant period. And the section that I want you to concentrate on is paragraph 9. It's 9.1 to 9.10, which you can read in your own time.
Page 5.
Page 5, that's correct. Thank you, Chairperson.
Sentence that you want to...
It's 9.7.
9.7.
That's the first topic that I want to deal with is around 9.7. Who gave the orders? And you'll see that it says, oh, by the way, those 10 points there are what we will argue at the end of the case, as our overall case. And
surely depending on the evidence that emerges.
Of course, yes, yeah. And we are now at the stage of the evidence, so we won't be able to argue these unless we debate them with people like you. Understand, General?
Verstaan het so, dankie, voorsitter. Understand, so, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes. And one of those issues is at 9.7, and it deals with who gave the orders at all levels of government and the police chain of command. Now, also to try and save time, I've sort of clustered some of the topics that I'm going to deal with where they are related. So you'll forgive me if I seem to be moving from one topic to another, but you'll see where the relationships are.
As long as you make it clear to the witness what topic you're busy with at what time,
at a particular
then
time.
He won't be prejudiced.
Confused.
But if he wants to know what topic you're busy with, because it's necessary for him to answer, maybe
yes,
he can ask and I'm sure you'll tell him.
Yes, thank you. We understand that, General. If we are going to save time, otherwise the clustering will end up wasting time. If we are going to save time, you will have a right to, if you think we're now jumping to something else, to say, are we still on this or whatever. That will be in order, correct?
Ek is gemaklik daar weer, voorsitter.
Okay.
I understand it.
Thank you. Now, the police force or service, or whatever you call it, one of the key ingredients there is discipline, correct?
Dit is korrek, voorsitter. That's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
And whether you are talking about the militarized format of the police or the demilitarized version, it is still a hierarchical organization where orders from above ought to be followed, all things being equal, correct?
Daar's 'n definitiewe hiërargie in die polisiediens, dis korrek, voorsitter. There is a definite hierarchy in the police service, Mr. Chairperson.
Uthi ke umsebenzi lo wamapolisa ungumsebenzi wabantu abaqeqeshiweyo, ungumsebenzi wabantu abafanele ukuba baqhube yonke into yabo ngokwendlela yengqeqesho, kanti ke unabakhokheli okanye abaphathi ukususela phezulu kuya kosezantsi.
In fact, there is a specific injunction for members to obey orders, subject, of course, to the right not to obey an unlawful order. You know that?
Dis pertinent so wettige opdragte. It is pertinent so lawful orders, yes.
Imiyalo ekhoyo ku amapolisa lo kukho ethi imiyalo othi umyalo kuyafuneka ukuba imiyalelo yonke edluliselwa kubantu ithotyelwe.
And Section 47, the issue about obeying orders is covered in the Constitution, and I think Mr. Bezos read you something about it. But what he read to you is also gets legislative approval in Section 47 of the Police Act, which I'll read out to you now. Subject to subsection 2, a member shall obey any order or instruction given to him or her by a superior or a person who is competent to do so, provided that a member shall not obey a patently unlawful order or instruction, which we've dealt with. I take it that you are familiar with the Constitution, the Police Act, and the standing orders. Can I proceed on the basis that you are? Insofar as it relates to the police, of course.
Voorsitter, ja, daar's verskriklik baie staande orders, baie nasionale instruksies. There are a variety number of national orders and standing orders.
Okay.
So vir my om te sê dat ek vertroud is met elke liewe staande order, instruksie, magsorder. For me to say I am aware of each and every one of them. Is bietjie te veel gevra, maar ek is gereedelik op hoogte. Asking too much, but I am reasonably up to date.
Okay, no, fair enough.
Umthetho wamapolisa kukho nemiyalo ethi kufuneka amapolisa ayithobele yonke into ekufuneka abayixelelwayo okanye umyalo abawunikwayo wezinto abakufuneka bezenzile ithotyelwe, but ibe zizinto ezinengqondo ezivakalayo. Uthi ke yena unalo ulwazi lwayo lonto yonke, kodwa akanakuthi uyazi yonke, noko ke unalo uyiqonda kakuhle.
Okay, fair enough. Can we then confine that part of the question to the standing orders that are relevant to this matter? You are familiar with those?
Correct. That's correct.
Thanks. Just to finish the subject of following orders, you do know that the section that I read does not give you really a right to disobey an order. What it does do is to say that if you have a right to demand that the person who gives you the order must give it to you in writing. In other words, when you are in doubt to cover yourself, you have that right, and it's also given in the legislation. Do you know that?
Dit is korrek, voorsitter. Ja, die toets is altyd 'n wettige opdrag.
Yeah.
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson. The test is always that it should be a lawful order.
Enye ke into ekhoyo kulo mthetho wamapolisa kuba xa umuntu exelelwa ngomongameleyo okanye umphathi wakhe ukuba makenze ntoni, kunyanzelekile uba makayenze into ayixelelwayo ukuba kodwa ke isemthethweni. Kanti ke umuntu unalo ilungelo lokuba makathi ukuba yena uyathandabuza uba le nto okuthiwa makayenze isemthethweni, acele ukuba lo myalo awunikwayo ubhalwe.
Thank you. And you would agree, I have no doubt, that the society or citizens are entitled to assume that the police work within that hierarchical structure and that they don't sort of act on frolics of their own. Would that be a fair assumption?
Okay.
Voorsitter, kan ons net 'n ordereëling, gewoonlik wag ek vir die tolk om eers te vertolk en dan so ek kan dit andersom
yes. I think, Mr. Boy, we must proceed on that basis that once a question has been asked in English, you could interpret it into isiXhosa.
Yes.
The witness will then answer in Afrikaans. Mr. Mhlanga will interpret that into English, and you will then interpret into isiXhosa. I think we must be consistent about it because the witness doesn't know if he must pause before you interpret or whether he can give the answer immediately. So I think we must stick to that.
Understand. Uthi ke ngoku xa umuntu ebenikwe umyalo ukuba makenze into ngokomthetho kufuneka eyenzile lonto ekuthiwa kuye makayenze. Kanti ke uthi ke le mithetho le yonke uyayiqonda uyayazi. Just forgotten, I've messed it all. If it could be repeated, I'd appreciate it.
No, I said that the General will hopefully agree with me that the citizens of a country, of this country, would be entitled to assume that the police would act within these confines of the hierarchical structure and orders from above and so on, rather than on frolics of their own.
Uthi ke abahlali apha kweli lizwe banganako ukuyikholwa lonto bayamkela ukuba kuqhutywa ngolo hlobo lokuba amapolisa ayayithobela imigaqo nemithetho apha kweli lizwe ukuze yonke into abaza kuthi bayenze ingamkelwa ngabantu bayakwazi ukuqhuba bayayiqonda kuqala lonto kunyanzelekile noba mabaqhube ngokwaloo mithetho nemigaqo leyo.
Voorsitter, daar's met reg 'n verwagting op die polisie om binne die raamwerk van die wet op te tree.
There's always an expectation, Chairperson, that the police should act within the framework of the law.
Uthi into esoloko ilindelekile ke into yokuba amapolisa kunyanzelekile ukuba mabenze umsebenzi wabo yonke into abayenzayo ngokomsebenzi wabo ibe into esemthethweni.
Dan ook binne die raamwerk van hulle staande orders, instruksies, regulasies.
And also in terms of their standing orders, regulations, and
Yes.
and instructions.
Yeah, thank you.
Kwaye ke kukho imigaqo yonke izithethe zonke ekufuneka kusetyenzwe ngazo ngalo lonke ixesha ngawo amapolisa lawo.
And I take it that you also would agree that the question that we pose in 9.7, which I read out to you of our opening statement, namely the orders that were given by whom, at what stage, and so on, is a very, very important question in relation to the resolution of the issues before this commission.
Tike uza kuqonda ba ke lento endiyibhalileyo apha into ebalulekileyo kakhulu ezawuthi ibe iyahambisana nemibuzo ezawuthi ibe iyabuzwa apha njengoba nani kuyanzelekile uba yonke into eyenziwayo yenziwe ngokwendlela.
Voorsitter, ek moet verstaan wat is die omvang van die orders waarna verwys word in paragraaf 9.7.
I should only understand the broadness of the orders referred to in 9.7, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes.
Uthi uyayiqonda ke le into ukuba yona kunjalo uba kumele ukuba yonke into eyenziwayo ihambisane nemithetho.
The
Yes.
extent of
Is
it.
dit
No,
opdragte in die algemeen of is dit opdragte pertinent tot sekere instruksies om handelinge te verrig?
Is it general instructions or pertinent instructions or whatever.
Yes. No, thank you. That's very fair, General, because I've asked you literally to pluck out a sentence out of a whole document. And I'm sure once you've read the document, you'll understand it in context. So your question is quite fair. No, the orders that are referred to in 9.7 are the orders in the context of what happened in the relevant period between the 9th and the 16th. And really the question that I'm asking you is, at all the crucial stages of those events, it would be important for the Commission to understand who gave the orders to do what, at what stage, if any.
You talk about at all levels of government and the police chain of command.
Yes.
Now,
Maybe I should explain
I'm not
that.
sure that the minister, for example, has the power to give orders to the members of the police service. I think he can give policy directions and that kind of thing. And I'm not sure that anyone else at any level of government is entitled to give orders, but presumably that puzzlement on my part will be removed as you proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Chairperson. No,
That's correct.
thank you, Chairperson. Yes, that's correct. Please accept, General, that the word orders there is used broadly or loosely to refer to instructions, all sorts of commands, orders, pressure, even that may come. The issue really that I wanted from you is whether you accept that the answer to that question would be an important one in going to the root of the issues that we're dealing with.
Uthi ke njengokuba esele ebhalile apha nje ngokwalentetho ebemane eyitsho apha ecacisa le indawo akuyo ngoku njengokuba ebhalile yeyokuba imiyalo yonke noba umuntu uyathunywa okanye kodwa ke ukuba yonke into iqhutywa ngokomthetho mfuneka kucacile ukuba nemibuzo ezawuthi ilandele ezawuba imibuzo efuna uqonda uba ngubani owathi makube nje okanye owayalo wakhupha umyalo otheni yonke loo nto ibe yinto ezawuba iyahambisana nomthetho othi kufuneka kuqhutywe njani kuwo amapolisa.
Voorsitter, in die konteks na die breë verwysing van algemene opdragte,
Chairperson, with reference to the broader concept of orders,
sal dit belangrik wees om die prentjie van Marikana in te vul dat ons dit dan
it
so
will
dan
be
verstaan.
important to follow the picture of Marikana.
Iyawuba into ebalulekileyo into kokuba ke kwizinto ezithe zenzeka eMarikana okanye eziphathelene nesenzo okanye la into eyehla eMarikana yonke into ezawuthi ibe iyathethwa okanye iyabuzwa apha ibe yinto ephathelele kweso sehlo.
And if, for example, if it is contended that those orders, instructions, etc., were unlawful, in those cases, the answer to that question would determine who, for example, criminal proceedings could be proceeded against, who internal disciplinary steps may be taken against. And now that the issue of government has been brought in, who, if any, might even have to face the International Criminal Court, if it would be a government agency, for example. In other words, the answer to that question of who ordered what, particularly if it's contended that those orders are unlawful, would determine those kinds of actions. Correct?
Kwizinto ke ezizawuthi zithetheke apha xa ndizawuthi ndibuza umbuzo okanye ndinento endiyithethayo eyona njongo izabe ikukuba makucace ukuba xa kunokuthi kufumaniseke ukuthi kukho isiphosiso senzekayo ngemiyalo okanye ngokunikwa kwabantu imithetho imiyalo eyokuba makwenzeke ntoni kucace kakuhle uba oyena ke mntu okunuba kuthiwe wenze isiphosiso okanye kufuneka kuthathwe unyathelo ngakuye kucaca uba iyawuba ngubani ukuba inobakho into yoba emva kwento yonke xa kuvakele into kokuba ukhona umuntu osenzile isiphosiso kulandelelwe loo nto ke kuba kuthathwa inyathelo ngeso siphosiso sinoba sibe sicacile uba senzekile okanye senziwe ngubani.
Chair, can Mr. Mpofu explain to us what he means by that question? I can't see how criminal prosecution can follow on a contention.
Okay. Obviously, if that contention is found to have substance by the Commission, I mean, really. Can you answer the question now?
Voorsitter, ek is slegs 'n gesag om vanuit die perspektief van die polisie te praat.
I am on authority to speak on behalf of the police.
Uthi eyona ntetho yena anako ukuyenza apha iyawuba intetho enxumelelene namapolisa nje qha.
En ja, sou daar bevinding gemaak word dat daar eerstens 'n onwettige opdrag gegee was en tweedens dat die onwettige opdrag dan uitgevoer was.
If it is found then that there was an unlawful instruction or conduct, order given and that it was executed.
Ukuba kuthe ke kwenzeka kuba kufumaniseke into kokuba kubekho umyalo okanye isenzo ekuthe kwanyenzeleka kuba senziwe kanti sinxamnye nomthetho, kuyawufuneka ke kuthathwe unyathelo ngesenzo ekucacileyo ukuba sisenzo sithe saba nxamnye nomthetho.
Dan sal dit verseker bepalend wees vir enige voorspruitende aksie na gelang van dit.
It will then be proper to take any necessary action as a result thereof.
Ingayinto efanelekileyo ke kuba makuthathwe unyathelo ngokwesenzo esinoba senziwe ngoba kubekho umyalo onxamnye nomthetho.
Right. Given that background, I think it's fair to say to you at this stage that one of the things that we're going to argue at the end of the case is that you as Major General Anande, as an individual, personally, and when I say personally, now or in the future, I don't mean outside of your scope of work, but I mean as an individual policeman, you understand, that you played a significant role in the events that led up to the massacre on the 16th.
Wena ke mhlekazi ngokunokwakho ngokwesiqu sakho apha ebupoliseni ubudlale indima ebalulekileyo.
A general question, or are you going to give the witness the particulars, as it were,
Yes.
on which the allegation is based so that he can deal with them?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, no, I was just, unconventionally, I'm giving you the conclusion, but of course I'll give you a series of questions which will justify that conclusion or argument at least.
Uthi mhlekazi lento agqiba kuyithetha ngoku izawulandelwa imibuzo ezawuthi ke ibe yiyo eyenza uba mayicace le ntetho ukuba ijolise phi.
Ask those who have mobile phones with them to ensure that they're turned off. I checked my own was turned off in case what I'm going to say would apply to myself. It's very disturbing, and it affects the concentration of everybody concerned. So I don't know what I'll do if another cell phone goes off, but I'll perhaps take argument on that. But please turn them off in the meanwhile, so I don't have to decide what to do with people who keep their cell phones on.
Thank you, Chairperson. I see that the Chairperson wisely checked his own cell phone first.
The experience with my own one went off, so they want a repetition. Leading by example.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Bakho abantu abaphethe
Sorry, Chairman.
onomyayi cell phone mabazicime mabancede bazicime.
You asked was a general one, and you said you didn't give particulars. So I don't expect you. I take it you don't expect an answer from the general question. That was just explaining the topic, as it were. And then you are now going to ask a series of questions
That's correct.
which you do require answers. Is
Thank you,
that right?
Chairperson. Thank you very much. Yeah. Now, let's start with the fact that you basically invited yourself to Marikana. Nobody asked you to come, correct?
Wena mhlekazi uze ngokunokwakho apha eMarikana akho mntu obekucelile uba uze. Kunjalo na?
Voorsitter, nee, die korrekte woord is nie uitnodiging nie.
The correct word, Mr. Chairperson, is not an invitation.
Elona gama belimele uba liyasetyenziswa ayilo lokuba umntu ubiziwe kodwa ke lelokuba umenyiwe na.
Ek het 'n professionele verpligting
I've got a professional responsibility,
Ndinyanzelekile ngokwomsebenzi
en gegee die feit dat daar reeds van een van my nasionale eenhede ontplooi was en daar versoek was vir verdere ontplooiing van een van my nasionale eenhede.
the fact that one of my units was already deployed there and there was further requests for supplementing other units.
lento yokuba iqela elisebenza phansi kwami belibiziwe kuyanyanzeleka ukuba ke nam ngokwami ndibe nento endiyenzayo ndinoxanduva nam lokuba ndibekho ndibe nento endizawuthi ndiyenze nam.
Het ek het goed gedink om self deur te gaan om my te vergewis van die omstandighede.
I thought it wise to go there and update myself about the circumstances there.
Abona into efanelekileyo ukuba ndiye nam ke kule ndawo kuba ndiqonda into kokuba kuyanyanzeleka ukuba mandibekho nam.
Council put you is correct. You weren't asked to go there by anybody or invited. You were told what had happened, and in the circumstances you've explained, you thought it best to go on your own initiative for the reasons set out. Would that be correct?
Dit is reg, my beswaar was teenoor die woord wat gebruik was.
Correct, Mr. Chairperson. My objection was the word used by council.
Okay.
Uthi eyona nto ke yiyo yeyokuba njengokuba ke ndiphethe iqela endiliphetheyo libiziwe ukuba maliye phale uthatha inxaxheba ndabona mna kufanelekile nam uba mandiye.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, General, I must apologize. I would like you in the future to answer the question, and then, of course, if you want to explain or object to the use of a particular word and so on, you can qualify your answer. But I'm happy now the answer is that you went on your own initiative.
Eyona nto be injongo yami bikukuba nje mandiyithetha lento kuwe wena ndilindele uba noko ungaphendula nangaluphi uhlobo obona uba lolona lufanelekileyo.
And the point of the matter is that even from your answer, whoever had asked for members of your unit to be deployed there, not for you. Correct?
Ngokwempendulo yakho noba ke ngubani obenokuba wenze ukuba iqela lakho liye phaya wena ububone nawe ngokunokwakho uba kufanelekile uwe.
Voorsitter, ek het reeds in my getuienis verduidelik die redes hoekom ek gegaan het en hoekom ek het goed gedink het om deur te gaan.
I have already explained, Mr. Chairman, my answer, why I went there and the reason for my going there.
Senditshilo kwimpendulo yami phambilini into kokuba yintoni ebange ukuba mandiye phaya ndisitshilo isizathu sokokuba yintoni eyandenza uba nam ndiye.
Maar niemand het my pertinent gesê sal jy asseblief deurkom nie.
But nobody pertinently asked me, would you please come there?
Akekho ke umuntu obe watsho ngqo kum ukuba nceda uye phaya.
Alhoewel ek dit gemeld het in die oproep aan generaal Naidu dat ek gaan deurkom.
Though I made mention to in the telephone call to General Naidu that I would go there.
Noxa ke nanditshilo ke ku Naidu xa besithetha ngocingo ndathi ndiza kuya phaya.
En dit was sodanig aanvaar.
And it was accepted as such.
Yamkeleka ke lona ngolo hlobo.
Yeah, in short, General, I don't want us to belabor this point. When you went there, given the background of what we discussed about hierarchy and orders and all that, you were not ordered by anybody, nor were you invited by anybody?
That.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Now, would it be is correct that all policemen have a professional responsibility towards the public? It's not just you, correct?
Kunjalo na ukuba wonke amapolisa ngokwesimo abakuso apha ebupoliseni banoxanduva ngokomsebenzi wabo kubantu bonke.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Kunjalo.
But that they are still legally obliged to act on orders and instructions.
Banyanzelekile ke futhi nokuba basebenze benze into abayenzayo ngokwemithetho okanye nangokuyalelwa kwabo xa beyalwa ukuba mabenze ntoni.
So het reeds verwys daarna wettige opdragte.
I've already referred to lawful orders.
Besele nditshilo ke ukuba imiyalo ukuba isemthethweni.
So would it be fair then to say that your departure from Pretoria or wherever you came from and your arrival in Marikana on the 13th was not necessarily authorized by anybody?
Kunjalo na ukuthi wena ngokwentetho yakuthetha into ethi ukuya kwakho phaya awuyanga emva kokuba ugunyaziwe nangubani ke?
Before you answer the question, Mr. Semenya wishes to say something.
Chair, the witness has already told us that he has a professional responsibility to act as he did. To say it's unauthorized, it's incorrect.
Take it you mean not authorized by somebody else, which is a bit different from unauthorized. But I think he's virtually said that already. But I think we can accept it wasn't authorized by anybody else. It doesn't mean it was quite unauthorized. But I suggest you move to your next question.
Jombasele echilo ke ebethe yena ebengakhange agunyaziswe nangubani ke waya ngenxa yokuba ekulo kwesihlalwa kuso ngokomsebenzi wakhe wabona enyanzelekile.
Yeah, oh well, no, Chair, I don't think we'll leave it at that. Okay, apart from your professional responsibility, which we've established applies to every single member of the police force, who authorized your visit to Marikana?
Well, he's made it clear nobody authorized his visit. He went on his own initiative. He had the power, as it were, to do so. You've established that by the question you've asked already.
Yeah,
I don't know that
Chairperson, I'm wanting to take it further. I understand the distinction that the Chairperson has made. What I'm trying to establish now is not that it was not authorized, but that it was unauthorized. So that's what I'm leading to, Chairperson.
Well.
Chair, that's an antonym of the same word.
Well, if it is, then there's no distinction.
If I act on my own initiative, I'm not authorized by anyone to do it, but I don't need authority, but I do it on my own. If I'm unauthorized, I would think connotes the idea that I was acting beyond my authority. So I think that's the point he's trying to make. So I think, but perhaps, as my colleague Commissioner Hemrod says, necessary to establish whether authority was needed at all before you can say he acted in unauthorized fashion. So perhaps let me ask that question. Did you require anybody's authority to do what you did and go on your own initiative to Marikana?
Uthi kuyafuneka na kukho imfuneko nayo kokuba ugunyaziswe ukuya kwindawo enokuba mhlawumbi ifana nayo le yaseMarikana apho wasuka waya khona na.
Voorsitter, ek het nie sodanige magtiging nodig nie. Ek is 'n komponentshoof, ek is 'n baie senior offisier in die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisie Diens.
I am a very senior official in the South African Police Service, Mr. Chairperson. I do not need such authority.
He also said I'm the head of a component. I'm
That's
a
right.
component.
That's right. I am a head of a component.
Uthi ke ndiyinhloko yeqela elithile endiliphetheyo akukho mfuneko ukuba mandigunyaziswe ukwenza umsebenzi okufuneka nam ngokunokwam ndiqonde ukuba kwenzeka ntoni kuwo umsebenzi ozawuthi ube wenziwa leli qela liphantsi kwam.
Voorsitter, dit is deel van my bestuursverantwoordelikhede en
Part of my management responsibility, Mr. Chairperson.
en binne my die delegasie van my bevoegdhede.
And it's within the delegations of my authority.
Isikhundla endikuso luxanduva lami ngokwaso ukuba mandibe khona okanye ndibe nolwazi olupheleleyo olucacileyo ngezinto zonke ezithi zilibandakanye iqela endilongameleyo.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, that makes it much clearer. Will you kindly then favor us with a copy of the delegation of authority that gives you this kind of free reign to somewhere up and go wherever you want?
Kuthiwa ke ngoku iyevakala lento uyithethayo, ungasinika na into ebhaliweyo etshoyo ukuba ugunyazisiwe ukuba wenze ngolhlobo uthetha ngalo noba kuphina nanini na?
Chair, the witness
Mr. Semenya wishes to say something. Yes, Mr. Semenya?
the witness has not said he's got a delegated authority to up and down to wherever he wants to go to.
Kuthiwa ke alishongo elingqina ukuba
Delegation of my bevoegdheden, I think, delegatie van my bevoegdheden, which isn't quite what Mr. Mpofu put. It's not, to that extent, I
Okay,
agree
well,
with you. But I think Mr. Mpofu will be able to reformulate
Yes.
the question to meet your objection.
yes, thank you, Chair. Okay, well then give us a delegation of authority that gives you what you say it gives you.
Kaka usibonise ke into ebhaliweyo etshoyo ukuba ugunyazisiwe ukwenza ngolhlobo uthe wena unako ukwenza ngalo.
Ek sal 'n dokument beskikbaar stel as dit die voorsitter so behaag.
I would make a document available if the chairperson so pleases.
Ukuba umhlali ngaphambili wale nkomishini uyandiyala uba mandiyenze loo nto, ndingayikhupha ke into ebhaliweyo endigunyazisa ngolhlobo ndithethe ngalo.
Does this document set out your powers and duties and so forth as the head of your of the components to which you referred earlier? Or does it go beyond that?
Voorsitter, ek sal my verantwoordelikhede as 'n komponent so sal ek beskikbaar stel.
I will
No.
make available the delegation of my authority if the chairperson so pleases.
Loo nto ke ibhaliweyo
Delegation of my
Eh.
authority is a correct translation. What was the word you used, Major General?
My posbestuursverantwoordelikhede.
And how would
My-
you translate, what is the English translation for that that's used in the pre-service, do you know?
It will probably be my post description or my job description in terms of my specific responsibilities as a component head.
Okay, thank you. All right, we look forward to that.
lento athetha ngayo ke incwadi ebhaliweyo ecacisa amagunya okokuqala umsebenzi anyanzelekileyo uba ube ngumsebenzi wakhe uyawenza okanye kwenziwa imisebenzi yonke ngeqela aliphetheyo ngokwalendlela azawuthi yena abe unamalungelo okugunyazisa abantu okanye unamalungelo okokuba makaye apho iqela lakhe elonganyelwe nguye likhoyo okanye lisebenza khona. Into ecacisa umsebenzi wakhe namagunya anawo.
You would agree with me that, but for your arrival in Marikana, authorized or unauthorized, the things might have turned out differently, or at least would not have happened the way they did.
Chair, then must
Do you want him to answer as you phrased it, or are you going to put to him the differences you say his presence on the
First,
scene made?
yes, Chairperson, maybe that's fair, yeah.
I think that's
I'll rather do
fair.
that.
I mean, I don't know how
No,
I
fair
would
enough.
like to have to answer the general question you asked if I was in the witness seat.
No,
but
that's correct.
so I think give him the detail. What you say made, what difference you say
Yes.
his presence made. I think
Yes.
Mr. Semenya won't object to that. We promise he won't object to it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's just take a random thing. You would agree that you are the person who determined that that operation is to be carried out at 3:30, correct? On the 16th. You as an individual.
kunjalo nokuba nguwe owathi wanesigqibo sokokuba izinto ezawuthi zenziwe ke kuyafuneka zenziwe ngelo xesha phaa kwizithuba zo-3 3:30.
Voorsitter, dit was 'n voorstel wat ek gemaak het in terme van die begin van die operasie. Ek het pertinent so voorgestel en elke sodanige besluit wat in die konteks van 'n JOCOM vergadering gedoen word.
It was a suggestion that I made during the discussion. These were being discussed in JOCOM meetings.
Uthi ibiyinto yena becebisa ukuba mayenzeke iyinto ebizawuthi ibe iyathethwa kwi-meetings e-JOCOM.
Then he started another sentence and said, every single suggestion that I made at the JOCOM, and I don't think he's finished that sentence yet.
Voorsitter, elke besluit, elke voorstel wat in 'n JOCOM gemaak word
decision.
Kan ek net klaarmaak asseblief? Word kollektief sodanig in die JOCOM goedgekeur en dan word dan ten uitvoer gebring.
Every discussion, decision that is being made in the JOCOM is being done collectively and
I think he said by the JOCOM.
By the JOCOM.
Do you mean by the whole JOCOM? Well, I suppose it's necessarily a majority, but certainly in most cases the whole JOCOM would approve suggestions made. Is that what you're saying?
Voorsitter, tensy daar betrokke beswaar is daar kollektiewe aanvaarding van sodanige besluit. Sou daar beswaar wees, dan sal op die einde van die dag sal die oorhoofse bevelvoerder dan sodanig sal hy dan sê ja of nee.
Unless there are certain objections to it, Mr. Chairperson, at the end of the day, the overall commander would then take the final decision to say yes or not.
Uthi izinto ekufuneka zenzekile okanye zenziwe ziyaxoxwa kwiintlanganiso ze-JOCOM. Zithi xa zixoxwa ke kunokwenzeka ukuba zibe ziyamkeleka kwiintlanganiso ezo. Ukuba kukho imiba echaswayo okanye noba intoni enokuthi ibe iyachaswa kule ntlanganiso ze-JOCOM, yinto ezawuxoxwa kuyo le ntlanganiso yayo i-JOCOM. Kodwa ke izigqibo zonke ezithi zithathwe nezenzo ezithi zenziwe zenzeka ngosuke zibe zamkelekile kwezo ntlanganiso zayi-JOCOM.
Yes, you can take it that I accept that there was no objection. But the point I'm making, maybe before I make that point, would you agree with me that just from common human experience, you don't have to be an advocate or a general to accept this, that if the operation, let's say, would have been carried out at 5 o'clock or at 2:30, it might have had different consequences. Sorry, in other words, what I'm getting at is that the specific time that it occurred is an important factor in the actual consequences.
The real question is, do you agree with the proposition that the time at which the operation was implemented, the plan was implemented, was a material factor, or would you say it was irrelevant whether it was 3 o'clock or 3:30 or 4 o'clock?
Umbuzo uthi ke into eyathi yenzeka phaya ngexesha okanye ixesha elo ke ekuthe kwenzeka noba intoni ke le ekuzawude kufike mhlawumbe kuyo eyenzekayo yenzeka ngoba kuye kwathiwa ekwaxoxwa kwavunyelwana. Into ebalulekileyo lixesha engathi okwangoku ugxiniswa kuyo nje lixesha nalo ixesha lo yinto eyakwavunyelwana ngayo na.
Seeing I've taken over the question, perhaps I should rephrase it. You did explain that the decision to implement the plan was in fact delayed because Mr. Matunjwa went back to speak to the people, to the strikers. And it was considered inappropriate to do anything before he had a chance to speak to them again. I think that's what you said yesterday, is that, or the day before previously. I think that's correct, isn't it?
That is correct, Voorsitter.
So the time was at least relevant, apart from the points that Mr. Mpofu is leading up to. The time was relevant, not necessarily in the point that it made a difference, but it was important in this sense that Mr. Matunjwa was given a second chance to go back and speak to the people. And if he'd succeeded on the second occasion with his impassioned plea for them to leave the Kopi because there was a bloodbath that was going to take place. And if his plea had been listened to, then obviously we wouldn't be here today. I think that's correct, isn't it?
Kunjalo na ukuba kwabakho ingxoxo ezathi zabakho kukho ke nalento ibike yathetheka yoba umhlekazi uMathunjwa uzawube kuphindela emva kubantu ayothetha nabo kanti ke ingathi kwabakho namazwi okanye intetho yengcebiso ethi ukuba abahambanga abantu ingathi kuzawuchitheka igazi.
Voorsitter, dis alles waar wat jy sê en dan addisioneel daartoe.
Correct as you say, Mr. Chairperson, but in addition thereto,
Injalo ke lento uyichoyo umhlali ngaphambili kanti ke phezukoko ke kukho le
Was die konteks van 1530 vir 'n spesifieke rede.
context of 1530 was for a specific reason.
into yexesha lika 3:30 ibinesizathu esithile
Dat die son so wat 20 voor 6 so 1740 1745 reeds ondergegaan het.
That the sun was about to set between 1740 and 1745.
into yokokuba ibinto yokokuba ilanga liyatshona phaa kwizithuba zo emva ko-5 emva kophaa ko-25 to 5.
En die redes was dat sou daar uiteendryf aksie plaasvind.
I'm sorry to
Sorry,
interrupt. The
25 to
interpreter
6.
said 25 to 5. It's actually 25 to 6.
17. 25 to 6, not to 5. 25 to 6, 1735.
1740 1745.
It's actually 20 to 6 to quarter to 6.
U-20 to 6 okanye u-quarter to 6.
Voorsitter, en dan sou uiteendryf aksie moes plaasvind dat dit teen in die nag ingegaan het nie.
If the dispersal action was then to take place, Mr. Chairperson, it would have gone into the night.
Uthi ukuba bekuyabakho into ethi mabachithakale abantu bahambe sekuhlwile noko ibizawuba into enobungozi.
Verwys na meneer Mpofo se breë stelling dan het sy dit nou 3:15, 4 uur plaasgevind het, sou dit waarskynlik geen verskil gemaak het nie.
To respond to Mr. Mpofo's suggestion, if it had taken place between 2:45 or so on, it wouldn't have made much of a
Ndithetha ngokohlobo lokokuba ngokwentetho kaMhlekazi uMpofu ukuba ke lento ibithe yenzeka phaya kubo o-3:20 ngezithuba zaphambi ko-4 ibizawuba yohlukile.
It wouldn't have made much of a difference.
Ibingazuba namahluko mkhulu.
The only difference that I can think of, although there may be another one Mr. Mpofu is going to suggest, the only difference I can think of at this stage is that if you had done it before Mr. Tunjwa had a chance to go back the second time, we would never have known whether his impassioned plea would have succeeded or not. And the allegation could have been made that if you'd given Tunjwa a chance to go back, to make his plea to the people, they might well have listened to him and gone off the Kopi and we wouldn't be here. But that's now taken out of the equation. But there may be something else that Mr. Mpofu has got up his sleeve he's going to show us in due course, but that's all I can see at the moment. Would you agree with that?
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Eyona nto ke ibalulekileyo uba njema umhlekazi uMpofu bethetha ngohlobo athetha ngalo noxa ke bona bebenoba okanye yena umhlekazi lo benoba unexhala lokuba izawuthatha ixesha elide lento yokuba lo mfo kufuneka ayokwenza ayoba nothethathethwana nabantu aphinde abuye azokwenza ingxelo kubo yonke ke loo nto ibizawuba yinto ethatha ixesha.
Okay, well, I'll tell you now what I've got up my sleeve. You've answered the question, and the chairperson has correctly added to it in respect of what may or may not have happened had you acted earlier than 1530. I now want to postulate to you what may or may not have happened had you decided to act at, let's say, 1630. And just to turn what the chairperson put to you around, had you done that, we would have known, we would have had an hour to know whether or not the people, or at least some of them, would have left the Kopi as impassionately asked by Mr. Mathunjwa. Would you agree with that?
novumelana nale into yokuba ukuba ubuthe kwenzeka kuba le yonke lento yokuba umhlekazi uMathenjwa aye kubantu phambi kwelixesha ubulicelile bekusenokwenzeka kuba mhlawumbi ke izigqibo zabantu okanye kubekho isenzo esiyawuthi sivele ngakubo abantu phambi kokuba kude kube mhlawumbi ixesha selimkile sekulate.
Chair, Mr. Mpofu must tell us the basis of that hypothesis,
Well,
or whether he's going to lead evidence on it. I don't
Yeah.
understand.
well, I've already led the evidence, Chairperson. The evidence of Mr. Makidiwana is that as soon as Mr. Matunja left, some of the people actually started to leave.
Your point, as I understand it, is that because the operation started pretty soon after Mr. Matunja left, one of the photographs actually shows his car in the distance still, that the slower thinking members of the group on the mountain might well have followed the example of those who had gone already, and possibly they all would have gone, but that may be a proposition you may have difficulty to establish. But anyway, that's your point. Yes, I think that's what the answer is in this matter, but I don't think I can disallow the question. So you may proceed with that question, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Chairperson. And maybe just to assist you, General, I think it's Exhibit L193, but don't hold me to that for now.
It is a detailed sequence of events, but there's
Yes.
an earlier picture of...
Yes, that's correct, Chairperson. It's 193, it is.
There's a picture somewhere of Mr...
It's that same one.
Oh, here it is. It's 193.
Yes.
193 is the one I had in mind,
Yeah.
with the AMCU president leading the area, and a number of protesters departing,
Yes.
with the organised group remaining with others on the copy. So that's the picture
That's
of
correct.
mind.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. So, in fact, the basis of my question is the police evidence itself. Yeah. Can you? Are you on L193, General?
Ek is voorsitter.
I am saying.
Now, according to the police, at 15:43, as Mr. Matunja was leaving the area after addressing the protesters, a number of the protesters were departing, and significantly, they were using you see the white arrow?
I see two.
I see two white arrows.
Sorry, no, not the white arrow that's to Ms. Matunja's car. The other one of the protesters departing. The one that goes towards
Mr.
the
Popovich,
crow.
I understand this correctly. The red circle is what's described, I take it, described as the organised group.
Correct.
The two yellow arrows are those remaining on the koppies. So those
On the
who
koppies.
are covered by the phrase, remain with others on the koppies. So the two koppies being the two places which are at the end of the two yellow arrows.
Yes.
And then the other white arrow, the right-hand white arrow, that's the one of the depicting the number of protesters departing. Is that,
Yes.
do I understand it correctly?
That's correct, Chairperson. Yeah.
My interruption, you better repeat the question.
Yes, Chairperson.
So that,
No, it was helpful, Chairperson. Yes, that's the map, General. But the question is, after Mr. Matunja's address, it would seem from the police version that a number of the protesters started departing. And you can see in that photo and in other photos, if you look at 191 at the same time as 193, fortunately they are on the same full scape, as it were, you'll see that there are a number of people who can be described as departing. You see what I mean?
Voorsitter, ek sien dat daar is
I see that
spikkels van persone wat verwyderd is van die twee groot groepe.
some sprinkling of people removed from the bigger crowd.
uthi ke uyabona apha kule foto iqelana labantu likhangeleka ngathi liyahamba yonke ke le ntetho ivela kwintetho ethi kwaba semva kokuba umhlekazi uMathunjwa aphindele kubantu ayothetha nabantu apho kuthe kwabonakala khona ngathi kubakho iqelana elihambayo emva kubethethile na.
Yes. And incidentally, the white arrow on 193 points to the spot where scene 1 occurred, where 16 people or so were killed.
Kuko apho kuphinda kukhangeleka khona ngathi kukho iqela elithile labantu elihambayo.
Agreed?
Incidentally.
Yes.
Incidentally.
Well, I mean, okay, just by coincidence, the arrow points to near the spot where the 16 people, where the scene 1 people were killed. In other words, the people who are departing are almost on the exact spot where their colleagues were later killed.
Kule photo ke kukho iarrow ebonisa indawo apho kwa bakho iqela elithile labantu elabulawayo.
Ek neem dit so waar, voorsitter.
I can say it that way, Mr. Chairperson.
Uthi uyayibona?
So that, and I'm still showing you the significance of the time. So that if you were Mr. X, sorry,
I might be a more happily chosen letter.
Mr. Y in the current context here. Mr. Y or Mr. Joe Soap, protester Y. And you were departing, but at a particular point nearer to the copy, pick any copy. As to whether you were going to go through that place where people were killed before Nyala 4 closed that gap or not, is determined by the time. In other words, if the time to strike, as it were, was 1640, you might have made it. But if it was 1540, then you might not have made it. You get the general meaning of what I'm saying?
Nee, ek doen nie, voorsitter.
Okay.
No, I don't, Mr. Chairperson.
Uthi akayiqondi ke le nto ithethwayo apha ngumhlekazi ngokwexesha ukuba ebethe waya kwelo cala lalapha abantu bathe babulawa khona. Uthi akayiqondi ke le ntetho.
Okay, sorry, yeah, it was a bit convoluted. What I'm saying to you is this. The question as to whether somebody was trapped this side of the barbed wire or was one of the lucky ones who was already on the eastern side of the barbed wire, so to speak, is determined by the time at which that barbed wire was introduced in that dividing line. Is it better now?
Voorsitter, dit is nie so nie.
Chairperson, no, it is not so.
Buza ukuba ke ukuba bekuthe kwenzeka ukuba ucingo olu lube lumiswe ngelinye ixesha kubantu abathe babulawa mhlawumbe uba belimiswe phambi koko okanye emva koko ke kunokwenzeka ukuba kube abo bantu abathi babulawa babeke ababulawanga basindile.
Daar was 'n pertinente beweging van 'n groot groep persone gelyktydig na
was
die
a
polisielyn
pertinent
toe tydens die uitrol van die polisielyn.
Move of a big number of people at the same time that the police were deploying the barbed wire.
Kwabonakala kukho iqela labantu elihambayo ngokucacileyo kwangeli xesha amapolisa ebesaqala ukutsala ucingo.
Yes, but General, I thought we both understand that the drawing of the initial drawing of the barbed wire deployment, initial, I mean, and the departure of Mr. Mathunjwa almost coincided.
uthi ke into kukhangeleke ngathi kaloku ukusuka kaMhlekazi Mathunjwa ehamba yaba into eyenzeka ngaxesha linye naleyo kutsalwa kwalo ucingo.
This wasn't there, Mr.
He was at the
If
job.
one looks at the material on yes, he was at the top. If one looks at the material with L,
L, yeah.
it looks as if there may have been something like a 5-minute
Yeah.
difference. I'll tell you
Give
why I
it a-
say that. 15,
3 minutes.
yeah. If you look at slide 190, you see that's apparently 1535, say the priest.
Yeah.
And there you see Mr. Matunjwa's motor car. You go over the page 5 minutes later, you see what they say is 5 minutes later, 1540. You see what looks like Mr. Matunjwa's motor car going away. You see just under 80 meters in yellow.
Correct.
It looks
yes,
like
Chairperson.
Mr. Matunjwa's car having turned around and going away.
That's 1540.
That's 1540.
Yes.
And then the next slide says that the command was given by Brigadier Collins to Colonel Makubele to start with the deployment of the barbed wire. That's also given as 1540. So it's quite close, but it looks as if it's something like 5 minutes or so.
It's
Or
well, no,
3 minutes maybe.
It's less. At most 3 minutes, Chairperson. Probably less. Yes, but at West, the deployment, or rather the deployment of the wire, of the barbed wire, and Mr. Matunjwa's departure was separated by something like 2 to 3 minutes. Do you accept that?
Uyayivuma nale eyokokuba ukutsalwa kocingo yaba into ethe yenzeka phakathi kwemizuzu emibini kuya kwemithathu emva kokuba uMhlekazi Mathunjwa asuke ku amapolisa ebheka kwelo cala labantu.
Die foto's interpreteer lyk dit soos min of meer so 3 minute.
If one interprets the pictures, yes, it looks like more or less 3 minutes.
Kukhangeleka ngathi ke ibinoba yiyo imizuzu emithathu xa umuntu ukhangele le foto.
And it might even be less than 3 minutes if you look at 191 and 193. Because he's there at 1540 and he's gone at 1543. It's a small distance, I concede.
Isenoba kwa nethuba elifutshane kunelo xa umuntu ukhangele ifoto ezi ngoba kukhangeleka ingathi likhona ixesha eliveziweyo apha eliboniswayo phakathi ku ka 1540 no 43 noba imizuzu emithathu ke mhlawumbe.
Correct?
Dit kan potensieel sekondes minder as 3 minute wees.
Could potentially seconds less than 3 minutes.
Ibisenokuba yimizuzwana engaphansi iseconds ezingaphansi kwemizuzu emithathu.
So that our protester Y his departure from the Kopi could either be because of Mr. Matunjwa's departure, a rather impassionate plea, as it has been described, or if they could see it, the initial deployment of the barbed wire.
Senokuba ilento ethe yenzeka iye yakhawuleza emva kokuba ke uMhlekazi Mathunjwa lo ebeye waya kuthetha khangeleke ukuthi into ethetha noko ngathi yacenga khangeleka ke ngathi ke yaba lixesha elifutshane kakhulu emva kobezame okanye wenzile lo mzamo.
Voorsitter, is 'n hipotese wat gestel word protesteerder 1. Daar's ook ander foto's wat voor die tyd was en terwyl meneer Matunjwa daar was waar daar ook beweging is van mense.
There are photos that showed movement of people before Mr. Mathunjwa went there. The hypothesis that given now about protester 1.
Sorry,
Zikhona ifoto ezinye ezibonakalisa into ekhangeleke ngathi ke kubekho abantu abaqale ukusuka kule ndawo behamba kwangeli xesha uMhlekazi Mathunjwa ebesele elapho esathetha.
I'm sorry, General, I think we're talking at cross purposes. I'm not talking about beweging here. I'm talking about people who were departing on the police version.
Uthi ke andithethi nje ngokubheka ngapha nangapha kwabantu, ndithetha mina ngabantu ababesuka kule ndawo ukuba behamba.
Voorsitter, ek verwys pertinent na slide 191 terwyl meneer Matunwa nog steeds teenwoordig is met sy voertuig op die toneel.
I'm referring to that slide, Mr. Chairperson, slide 191, where Mr. Matunja was still present there, together with his vehicle.
Uthi ke yenthetha ngale ifoto number 191 ngelixesha umhlekazi Mathunjwa ebeselapho emotweni yakhe okanye ngemoto yakhe apho khangeleka kukho abantu abahambayo khona.
Sal u ook opmerk dat daar persone verwyder is van die twee groot groepe?
You will also realize that there are people that are removed from the big
Uzawubona ke apha ukuba kukho nabantu asele besukile apha kule ndawo.
Looks as if 191 shows Mr. Matunja's vehicle departing. It looks as if you see it's facing in the direction away from the copy, and which I think is not its direction on 190 when he was addressing the people. So it looks as if he's turned around and he's just left, probably 30 seconds or a minute or so after the end of his address, as far as one can see. Would you agree with that?
You agree with the chairperson?
Voorsitter, ja, maar dan as mens kyk na die mense hoe ver hulle al reeds verwyder is, dan dink ek nie dit plaasgevind het in daai so wat enkele sekondes wat hy sy voertuig omgedraai het nie.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. President, but if you look at how far the people have moved, shows that they could have moved during those few seconds.
Very good.
Uthi ke ngoxa umuntu ukhangele ifoto le ubona abantu asele besukile kwindawo bebesuka kuyo. Uyakhangeleka kuba kona ke bilithutyana umganyana sele bewahambile besuke apho bebesuka khona.
Yes, but that's a point that proves exactly what I'm saying, General, isn't it? In other words, those people that you see on 191 could only have been living because of what Mr. Matunja said.
Kukhangeleka uthi yabona lento ithethayo ngoku itsho ngqo kule ndiwuphezu kwayo aba bantu babonakalayo apha kule foto bebesele besuka behamba. Khangeleka ngathi ke ibinoba ngenxa yezinto bezithethwa kubo nguye umhlekazi Mathunjwa.
Voorsitter, ek kan nie daaroor getuig in terme van een betrokke foto wat ek sien nie. Die persone wat die beste daaroor kan getuig is sekerlik die operasionele bevelvoerder en sy lede wie ontplooi was.
I cannot give evidence about what I observe on the photos, Mr. Chairperson. The people who could better give evidence, the operational commander and the members with whom he was.
Kuthi andinayithetha loo nto ke mna ngoba ngenxa yokokuba kaloku ndisuke ndithethe kuba ndibukele ifoto le.
Yeah, well,
there must be something in that. I mean, obviously, the people who were on the scene can tell us at what stage, if there was one, when people started leaving. Some of them might have started leaving at an early part of Mr. Matunja's speech. Some of them may have started leaving. You'll notice from the previous page.
Please.
Page 185, the second bullet, that the representatives of AMCU informed the strikers that no person from the mines management or the leadership of the police were willing to meet with them. So at that stage, some of them might have started moving, but we don't know. We have to infer. Now, the point that the General's making is the police officers who were at the scene at the time will be better able to tell us that, rather than we should merely draw inferences from photographs. That's the point making.
Well,
there must be something in that. Sure.
There is nothing in that, Chairperson. We can't always resort to this thing of let's ask the commanders who were there. It's not me who drew the attention to picture 191. It's the witness. He said there are other people departing there. So why then, when I'm asking about it, does he want to refer me to somebody else? He said it.
Nee, voorsitter, regstelling. Hy het gesê so die aanname kan ons dan maak en ek moet saamstem met die advokaat en ek kan nie met hom saamstem nie want ek kan dit nie baseer op net een slide nie.
Cannot agree with the advocate based on the one slide only, Mr. Chairperson.
Prepared to accept he can't accept the assumption put forward by council, because it's only based on one slide,
That is.
the full implications of the point will only become apparent from people who were at the scene at the time and saw it. I take it that's what he's saying.
That is correct, was said.
uthi lento ibithethwa ngummeli yona into ayithetha kuba ebukele le foto ngoku yena ke akanawusuka nje ayivume ayamkele uba yeyona nto ibisenzeka ke ngalamini kuba nje kubukelwe ifoto leyodwa.
Yes, General, please. I'm saying, that's what I was saying in response to the point made by the chairperson, that it is not an assumption made by me that those people were living while Mr. Matunja was still there. It's an assumption made by you. You're the one who drew my attention to this picture.
Uthi ke ayindimi uthi abantu besele besuka behamba kaloku nayo le foto le nguwe oyolathileyo wandixelela yona lonto kokuba naba abantu bekhangeleka nabo sebehamba.
Nee, voorsitter.
No, Chairperson.
Advokaat Mpofu het gesê,
Advocate
dan
Mpofu
stem ek
said,
saam met sy aanname dat toe meneer
Toe-
Matunwa
I
vertrek het,
agree with this assumption that when Ms. Matunja left,
dat die protesteerders toe begin vertrek het.
that the protesters then
En ek
started
stem nie saam
departing.
daarmee nie, want ek was nie daar, ek weet nie of daar van hulle dalk 20 minute vroeër tydens
I-
ander toesprake vertrek het nie.
Do not agree with that, Ms. Chairperson. I don't know if other people could have left 20 minutes earlier as a result of other discussions.
You see the
Uthi
point?
hayi,
Because
lento-
the assumption that you were putting to the witness is people only, as I understand it, if I'm wrong, you will correct me, people only started, the strikers only started moving away at the end of Mr. Matunja's speech in that short little time of a few minutes. Whereas the point the witness is putting is, for all we know, some of them may have started moving at an earlier stage in the light, for example, of, he doesn't say this, but it would better follow, of what is said in the second bullet on 185, which appears to be in an earlier part of
An hour
Mr. Matunja's
before
speech.
that, Chairperson.
Sorry?
Those people, the people who left an hour before were sitting at home and watching television. I'm talking about the people in the picture.
Uthi umhlekazi uthetha ngaba bantu babonakalayo kule foto abanye ke abantu ebebehambe ithutyana phambi koko abanye babo banoba bebehleli emakhaya sebebukele iTV.
The point being made, I think, is that people appear to, or may well have, we don't know, we will find out when people on the scene tell us, people may well have started moving away, as you put it, an hour before, and there may have been a continued exodus over that whole period. The proposition you were putting, as I understood you, was that the people started moving at the end of Mr. Matunja's speech. And that's the assumption, as I understand it, which the witness doesn't accept. And he says we need eyewitnesses to tell us what happened, or possibly videos. I don't think there are any. But to tell us whether your assumption is correct or not. I think that's the difference, as I understand it. If I'm wrong, I hope you or the witness, or both of you, will correct me.
Yes. Do you have any evidence yourself of any remarkable departure, such as that one that we see on 191 or 193, that might have happened while Mr. Matunja was speaking?
Unabona ubungqina obunokusibonisa into enokufa ubungqina obunokufana nale ifoto siyibonayo apha ku-191 obekungqinela lento uyithetha yokokuba ngeli xesha umhlekazi uMathunjwa besathetha nabo abantu kwabakho abanye baba bantu abahambayo.
Nee, nie pertinent nie,
Not
voorsitter.
pertinently, Mr. Chairperson.
Akanabo ngqo obobungqina.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll move away from this, but because I think we're getting into specifics. The only issue really that I was canvassing with you is that, and you can dispute it if you want, is that whether, if let me say, if you had suggested that the operation should be done at 4:30, at least some of those people who were departing, who might have been caught on the western side of the barbed wire, might have been home an hour before that. Do you accept that?
uyayivuma na into yokokuba ukuba ke nyani wena ubuthethe ngohlobo ubuthetha ngalo apha bekusenokwenzeka ukuba ke mhlawumbi abanye abantu bahamba phambi kwexesha abathe bahamba ngalo elo xesha ke lokutsalwa kwalo ucingo lithi lifika kwenze ukuba abanye abathe bahamba phambi ngoko besemakhaya abo.
Sorry, before you answer, and that question would apply whatever the reason that made them to go, whether it was Mr. Matunja or whether it was something that happened an hour before or 10 days before.
Oko kuhamba oko ibe into mhlambe binoba yenziwe nayintoni na ke uba bebethe bahamba ixesha eliphambi kwelo tsalo kwalucingo noba ibinoba i-hour noba ibinoba ixesha engakanani.
Voorzitter, u word nou aannames gemaak.
Mr. Chairperson, assumptions are now being made
Wat ek nie meer kan saamstem nie.
with which I cannot agree.
Dit moet gesien word in die konteks van die bedoeling en die polisie se plan.
It must be seen in the context of the intention and the police plan.
En die plan was gewees
The plan was,
nadat die defensiewe maatreël in werking gestel is of uitgerol is, die draad,
after the application or the deployment of the barbed wire, the defensive measures,
dan sou daar steeds 'n waarskuwing gegee word vir al die persone om nog steeds in 'n redelike tyd uiteen te gaan.
a warning would have been given in reasonable times for the people to depart.
Ons het egter nooit daarby uitgekom nie, want daar was 'n aanval op die polisie lyn
Come
gewees.
to that, Mr. Chairperson, because before that, an attack was launched on the police.
En die implementering van die plan was altyd gewees na gelang van die oordeel van die operasionele bevelvoerder. So alhoewel daar 'n tyd voorgestel was,
Implementation of the plan dependent on the operational officer and
Uthi ke
operational commander.
was die implementering na aanleiding van die oordeel van die operasionele
The
bevelvoerder.
implementation would have been based on the decision of the operational commander.
uthi ke le nto yokuhamba kwabantu naleyo ukuba kubekho okuthethathethano olo belukhona into ibisenokuthi uyenzekile ngoba kaloku nokuhamba kwabo abantu asiyonto inokuthi kungenxa yokuba bona baqonda abantu ukuthi kukho monakalo ozayo.
Yeah. General, please just assist me. I understand that I'll try not to make assumptions upon assumptions and so on, but we can't avoid assumptions totally. All I'm asking you is a simple question. If you assume that protester Y, who was departing, according to the police, at 15:43, another assumption, assume that person was going home. Do you accept that if you had said that the operation must start at 16:40, that protester Y would have probably been home by then, by 16:30 or 16:40, 16:43. Let's make it an hour, just for uniformity. It's actually simple.
Ukuba wena ubuthe wathi lento yocingo mayenzeke ngexesha elisemva kweli lokuba abantu bebeqale ukuhamba kwabakho abantu mhlawumbe abathe baqala ukusuka apho ibisenokwenzeka into kokuba ke olocingo xa sele ekugqibeleni lutsalwa ngokwemiyalo leyo babe abanye sebesemakhaya sebemkile.
Voorsitter, weer eens is die aanname dat as dit een of enkele persone sou gewees het,
Again, Mr. Chairperson, there's an assumption that if one or the other person had departed,
en die aanname is dan dat die groter groep in totaliteit en selfs die kleiner groep in totaliteit
The assumption
ook sou
is
uit
that-
mekaar uitgegaan het.
the bigger group or even the smaller group could have departed on their own.
Sou slegs enkeles uit mekaar gegaan het en dit was 'n uur later, dan het dit presies dieselfde situasie om afgespeel.
If a few of them had departed any time later, the situation would have remained the same as it is.
Noba bebe noba bangaphi ke abantu bebe nokuthi bahambe bekuyakwenzeka ke ukuba abo bebeza kuthi ekugqibeleni babe abakahambi babe bayachaneka.
Okay, listen here, General. These are not assumptions. I represent people who were injured and were arrested at the scene. Do you understand that?
Is correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Now,
Uyayiqonda leyo kokuba kwabakho abantu abathi bonzakala.
now, I'm putting it to you, not as an assumption, as a fact, that some of the people that I represent were injured or arrested were trapped this side of the barbed wire, specifically because it was there at a particular time which prevented them from going home. That's the evidence they've given, and that's the evidence that some of them will still give. Let's stop with the assumptions. All I'm saying is that if one of those people had been in the group that we see on that picture, had you decided the thing to happen at 1640, those people would have been home and not have been killed, injured, or arrested.
Uthi uba bekwenzekile ukuba lento yolucingo lutsalwe ngelixesha ulicelayo, abanye babantu bebezawuba ke ngelo xesha sebahamba sebesemakhaya.
Now,
Ukuba ibinjalo lento ngolu hlobo uthetha ngalo.
Chair, we are now many months into this hearing. We are still to see a statement of a witness of Mr. Mpofu making these averments.
Mr. Mpofu, your witnesses, I remember, said that they were going to the township, but they were going straight. You remember there's a big argument
That's
about the
correct.
path that they should have gone on and that kind of thing. But my recollection was they stayed there until after the wire was deployed, except for the gap. Remember, there were the three movements. The evidence was that at that late stage they were going through the gap when things happened. I don't remember any witness saying, I decided to leave after Matunjwa's speech or during Matunjwa's speech, and I was trapped there. I would actually have got out. Would have got out if the deployment of the wire had happened later. So I don't remember that you read any evidence directly on the point you're making. It sounds to me, if you will forgive me for saying this, as if you are putting an assumption to the witness. It may not be an unrealistic assumption, but I think the assumption you are putting seems to me that there were people who were minded to leave.
It's the police who say that.
It's assumption that there are people who were minded to leave, but they were prevented from leaving because of the short time lapse between the departure of Matunjwa and the deployment of the wire. And if the deployment of the wire had happened even a quarter of an hour later, might, at one stage you used the word might, some or other of them might have left and not been, as it were, trapped behind the wire when these various incidents happened. That's the question you're putting. It's based on an assumption.
Yes.
The assumption is they wanted to leave. There is an argument, as you know, that some of them didn't want to leave. They, in fact, wanted to stay, and they wanted to fight with the police. But that's a matter which presumably will be developed later in the
No,
evidence.
Chairperson, I'm sorry, there is no such evidence.
I know.
The West,
Sorry, I didn't say evidence. I said this.
you said there was evidence.
If I said evidence.
Okay.
No, sorry. The evidence hasn't been led yet, actually.
Okay.
You're correct. The evidence I'm referring to, which presumably will be led, is on slide 192, but it's not evidence yet. But there is perhaps I should use the word suggestion. There's a suggestion, there's an averment, I think, by the police that the people, certainly the organised group, stayed because they wanted to fight with the police, and there was talk of a declaration of war and so on. But I take it that your side will deny those factual averments that are made.
No, Chairperson, it's more than that. There is evidence before this commission, undisputed, that even the so-called warrior group decided at the suggestion of Mr. Noki to leave.
Yes.
So there's no such, if there was such evidence, then it would have been put to Mr. Makidwan. So the only evidence this commission has is that everybody wanted to
Well,
leave.
there was evidence, there was quite a vigorous attack in cross-examination
On that
on,
point.
on the motives of what you call the warrior group, whether they were going forward to attack the police or whether they were going forward to go to the township. And then you remember there were debates about the paths and the way they could have moved and so on. So we don't have to go into all that yet. What I'm putting it to you
I take the point,
is
sir.
there is an assumption which underlies your proposition. It's an assumption which relates to the might have. If one accepts that some of the people who were behind the wire when the wire was unfurled were perhaps slower thinking than the others who'd already left.
Slower walking.
Or slower walking, but intended to go out the way the others had done. They would have succeeded in getting out if the unfurling of the wire had taken place later. That's basically your proposition, and I'd be surprised if the witness disagrees with it, but let's see whether I'm in for a surprise or not. The basis of might have, that's all.
Yes.
Might have.
Do you accept it on the basis of what the chairperson is saying? And once again, I know you don't like assumptions, but just to summarize, if somebody was on their way out and were minded to leave for whatever reason, and the operation, and that realization in their mind had come at 1543, and the operation was going to happen at 1640, those people would have all succeeded to leave.
Originally it was
Uyavumelana
might have, you see.
Might have.
You-
Yeah.
you have a
Well,
chance of
even
getting
if there were
responsible
slow
answer, you
walkers,
put it
after
in
an
might have.
hour, I'm sure they would have.
uyavumelana ke na le ngcinga yokoko uba bekwenzekile ukuba kubekho abantu abahambayo phambi kweli xesha lokuqala kokwawo amapolisa ukulitsala ucingo, abo bantu bebeyawuba ke bona basindile bemkile, abakwazi ukuba ke ngokubona bangarhanqwa yiloo nto yokutsalwa kwalo ucingo.
Voorsitter, my probleem is met die woord trapped,
My-
vasgevang.
Problem, Ms. Chairperson, is trapped.
Okay, let's not
vastgevang.
use trap, let's use a neutral word. Let's say this side, on the western side
Daar
of
was
the
twee
wire.
kante gewees.
There were
Western
two
side,
sides.
yeah.
Yes.
So enige persoon kon steeds geloop het soos wat duisende ander geloop het en huis toe gegaan het.
Any person could have walked away just like the other thousands walked away to their homes.
Selfs na Kaneng toe.
Also including Nkane.
Okay.
A note upon which we can take to your German, Mr. Mpofu?
Yes, Chair, but if you may allow me
Unless you
one,
want to put one more question.
just to wrap this point up, yes.
Ukuba bekuthe kwenzeka uba kubekho abantu abahambayo ke phambi kwelo xesha, bebenokuba ke baphumelele ukuhamba bengakhange bade babe barhanqiwe, noba bebenoba baya ngakweliphi icala Nkaneng nantoni, bebezawuba ke bona basindile okanye bancedakele ngokuhamba sebezicingele ukuba bahambe phambi kokutsalwa kwalo.
Yes. All this is premised on something that I'd like to bring your attention to, which we may or may not deal with, depending on your answer, after T, and that is Exhibit EE, which is the minutes. I don't know if you have in front of you. EE. It's just EE.
Can we look at that after?
We may, yes, Chairperson.
Get the correct document.
It is EE.
EE is a picture, I understand. I haven't got it in front of me. Anyway, let's sort the paperwork out
Yes.
over the T German,
Okay.
and then we will carry on
Round
after
up
T.
the point,
But
yeah.
you did ask the witness to look at your document that you handed in
Oh, yes.
this morning. You mentioned specifically paragraphs 9.1 to 9.10.
It's a short document. You might well read.
9.1 to 9.10. I just want to say I do not understand, just putting it to you now, what the relevance of 9.10 is to the inquiry. 9.10 relates to something that happened afterwards. I'm not sure it's covered by the terms of reference in any event.
Well,
but
Chairperson-
I just mentioned that, not to pick a fight with you now, but just to draw your attention to the fact that
No.
I have that problem.
Fair enough, Chairperson. Even worse, I accept there's even a whole paragraph which falls into that category. But nevertheless, because it's a short document, can I just ask the witness to read the document over T?
Okay, we'll take the T German.
Thank you.
Ek is Tachi Kaseti. Machine is commencing. Masukumeni.
Mission resumes. Generaal Major is nog steeds oneerd. Mr. Mpofu, I think you have some more questions.
Yes, I do, Chairperson. General, what I wanted to say really is that the line of questioning that I was pursuing before the T is predicated on the minutes which are in EE, partly, on the minutes that are contained in Exhibit EE, which, as I understand, you confirmed to my learned friend, Mr. Badlander, was a fair reflection of your Harvey of what happened.
Uthi umbuzo bendiwubuza ukugqibela ke unxulumene ne-exhibit EE. Sendivile ke ukuba kwimibuzo kaMhlekazi uBatlanda kubekho izinto othe wazixhasa kanye wazivuma.
Voorsitter, nee, ek het gesê daar's spesifieke aspekte wat ons nooit in detail ingegaan het wat nie
I said, Mr. Chairperson,
weergawe was nie.
there are specific instances where we did not go in deep, which we didn't discuss in detail.
Uthi kodwa ke enyanisweni bendithe mna zikhona indawo ezithile kungekaxoxwa nzulu ngazo kodwa ekusafuneka ziqwalaselwe.
Yes, but generally speaking, that minute is a fair reflection of the meeting which you chaired, correct?
Dit is aanduidend van die vergadering is meer notas wat geneem is, dis korrek.
Notes of the meeting that was taken, yes, that's correct.
Izinto ezathi ke zabhalwa bezibhalwa kuyo kanye lo meeting leyo zona ke zinjalo ngoba zinxulumene nayo lo meeting.
And I want to take you directly to page, it's the third page of EE. The last page, just before your signature would have been attached. It's a 3-page document. It's just the last page. Have you got that?
Get it, voorsitter.
Got it, Mr. Chairperson.
Yeah, I think the chairperson is looking for it. Okay, thank you. Right. The very last sentence of that minute says, Major General Annandale instructed Brigadier Pretorius and Lieutenant Colonel Scott to report back at the jog at 15:15 as he wants the operation to commence at 15:30. You see that?
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Kuyayibona le ndawo apho ke uMajor General ebeke wathetha nelinye ilungu lamapolisa ngento yokuba kufuneka ephinde wabuya ngaliphi ixesha.
And just before we proceed with that, would you accept that from what we discussed this morning, it would seem that there was actually no time, or at best a matter of seconds, between Mr. Matunja's departure and the granting of the order to start with the deployment of the barbed wire? Both things happened at 15:40.
Uthi kunjalo yena bevumile into kokuba emva kokuba kubekho uthethathethwano Mr. Mathunjwa naye esukile kwakhawulezwa ngale yokutsalwa kocingo.
Voorsitter, ek het eerstens die konteks verduidelik hoe werk 'n JOCOM vergadering en
Firstly,
dan
I explained the content in which the JOCOM meeting works.
en dan het ons bespreek vroeër dat daar so min of meer 3 minute was tussen die twee.
And then we
besluite.
discussed earlier that there were about 3 minutes lapse between the two incidents.
Yes. No,
Uthi
so,
ke
sorry.
kubekho ithutyana lemizuzu enoba mithathu emva kokuba kubekho uthethathethwano ngeli xesha sekuzawutsalwa ucingo.
Yes, no, I'm sorry, maybe I confused you. That discussion about
It
the
sounds
3 minutes.
suspiciously to me like someone's cell phone.
Judge, I'm afraid I don't know whose phone it is either.
Mr. Semenya, I can't order you out of the auditorium because you've got an important function to perform. So what I suggest you do, when I was at the Cape Bar when advocates misbehaved, the judge ordered them to provide a cake for their colleagues. Would you be kind enough to give us a cake tomorrow, your colleagues?
I'll oblige, Chair.
In the meantime, we are passing it on so that it can be switched off. Enjoy. Thank you, Chairperson.
Serious business.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, General, yes, no, I was saying it's my fault. Maybe I confused you. That discussion about the 3 minutes regarded the situation where Mr. Matunja is already behind the copy. Do you understand?
Dit is die verloop van die foto wat hy gewys word wat sy voertuig omgedraai is tot na
Yes,
die koppie.
yes,
Dis
yeah.
reg.
Now I'm asking
Shows
you.
on this car driving off, turning around and going behind the copy.
Yes. Now I'm asking you a completely different question. I'm saying the departure of Mr. Matunjwa at about 1540 coincided with the granting of the order by Brigadier Kalitz at 1540 for the deployment of the wire. Correct?
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
It's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Ixesha lokusuka kukamhlekazi uMathunjwa la hambisana neli lokokuba ngo 20 to 4 kubekho lo myalo uphumayo okokuba malutsalwe ucingo.
You did not know, or did you, what Mr. Matunjwa had said to the, and when I say you, I mean the broader command structure, what Mr. Matunjwa had discussed with the crowd?
Voorsitter, nee, ek nie besondere detail nie.
I don't have a particular details, Mr. Chair.
Uthi ngelo xesha ke lokuba kuphume lo myalo kokuba malutsalwe ucingo akazi yena kanti ke nabanye namanye amalungu la awamapolisa ebengayazi into ebithethiwe ngumhlekazi uMathunjwa neqela labantu elia.
Behalwe dat hy die op sy knie gegaan het en die skare gevra het om uiteen te gaan hulle wapens neer te lê.
Except that he went on his knees, Mr. Chairperson, and pleading with the crowd to disperse.
Ngaphandle kweyokokuba wade waguqana ngamadolo ecenga ezihlwelo kanye abo bantu uba mabahambe.
We know, with the benefit of the evidence that has been led, including that of Mr. Matunjwa, in other words, with the benefit of hindsight, we now know what Matunjwa was saying to the crowd when he kneeled down, and it is that he was asking them to leave the place as there were clear signs, according to him, that they were going to be killed by the police.
Kuthiwa ke siyazi ngoku ukuba ngelo xesha ebebonwa eguqa ethetha nabantu ebesithi kubo abantu uyacenga uba mabahambe ngoba sekucacile uba kuza konakala.
Ek verneem so, voorsitter.
I understand so, Mr. Chairperson.
Yayiqonda ke nale ithethwayo ngoku.
Now, in those circumstances, we're going to argue at the end that it would have been reasonable for you, in plural, or for the police, to give that particular effort of Mr. Matunjwa a chance, even for 15 minutes, to succeed, instead of simultaneously deploying the barbed wire, which seems to have sparked the massacre.
Uthi siyaqonda ke ukuba enyanisweni ibinoba into evakalayo bubuntu ukuba njengokuba kusenzeka lo mzamo kaMhlekazi Mathunjwa ecenga abantu bamabahambe noko ke ikinikwe ithutyana le into yokokuba kuphume lo myalo waphumayo usithi makutsalwe ucingo.
Voorsitter, my kommentaar daarop is dat dit reeds 'n eskalasie was van 'n verskeie faktore.
My comment then would be as a result of escalation of several factors, Mr. Chairperson.
Uthi ke yena ke isizathu soko ke kuba kubekho izinto ezimbalwa ezikhokhelele kulonto kokuba kudeske kwenzeke le eyenzekayo.
Wat die polisie genoop het om te begin met 'n fase 3 ontplooiing.
Which necessitated the police resorting to the third stage of the plan.
Kuske kwabakho okokunyanzeleka kwamapolisa ukuba mabadeske benzeke le into abaziva benyanzeleke ukuba mayenzeke.
Nie net die onderhandeling geval nie.
Not only because talking to one another had collapsed.
Ingeyo leyo kokuba uthethathethwano olu alubanga nampumelelo.
Die media wat vroeër vrye beweging gehad het en tussen die stakers beweeg het hulle self onttrek uit vrees van hulle eie lewens en die bedreiging
daarop. The media, Mr. Chairperson, which had free access walking between the police officer had withdrawn itself from fear that of their lives.
Abendaba ababekhona phakathi kwabantu behamba apha phakathi kwabantu bathi ukuqonda kwabo ba kuza konakala besoyikisela ubomi babo baphuma bona bemka.
Hulle het dit ook sodanig oorgedra aan kaptein Dennis Adrio.
They also carried this information over to Captain Dennis Adrio.
Bayithetha ke nayo yona lonto yokuphuma kwabo apho kwelinye ipolisi sikhulu uAdiel.
Daar was ook deur die oggend was daar pertinente dreigemente tot geweld en dood teenoor die polisie.
The morning there was also threats against the police that were uttered.
Wasekwenzeke nento yokuba ngexesha lakusasa kubekho uloyikiso okanye izigrogriso sokuba amapolisa la azakonzakaliswa.
Dit was ook duidelik dat die AMCO president nie die beheer gehad het oor sy lede soos wat hy voorgegee het nie.
It was also clear, it also became clear that the AMCO president did not have the control over his people as he had indicated he has.
Kucacile ke ukuba no president ke lo weAMCO ebengengomuntu onokuthi avakale ngokucacileyo yamkeleke nentetho yakhe kwaba bantu njengokuba yena ebezama ukwenza uba makukhangeleke ngathi abantu noko bayamthobela bayamva.
Dat daar steeds 'n onwettige groepering was.
That it was still an unlawful gathering.
Kanti ke nokuqokelelana kwabantu apho kuloo ndawo kwakungxamnye nomthetho.
Van 'n pertinente swaar gewapende en aggressiewe groep.
Of a pertinently heavily armed group.
Aba bantu bengabantu bebexhobe kakhulu.
Wie nie uiteengegaan het nie wat duidelik opgesweep was.
Who did not want to disperse and who had been opgesweep, that would be incited.
Abantu abangakhange bavume ukuchithakala xa kusithiwa mabahambe kanti babe besoloko bekhuthazwa.
En dat die polisie maar bewus was van die risikofaktore wat so 'n groep ingehou het, sou hulle uiteengaan.
Were certainly aware of the risk that such a group has.
Babe utamapolisa ke bengena lwazi lokuba aba bantu belapha nje bebexhobe kangakanani.
Pertinent die risiko van intimidasie, beskadiging, geweld.
Pertinently the risk of violence intimidation, damage to property, and deaths.
Amapolisa enoloyiko lokokuba kungase kwenzeke izinto zokuba ngoku kubekho nomonakalo wempahla, kubekho nokufa kwabantu.
Voorsitter, en dan laastens
Lastly, Mr. Chairperson,
stem ek nie saam met die verwysing na die woord massacre nie.
I do not agree with the word used, namely massacre.
Uthi yena akavumelani ke neli gama lisetyenzisiweyo lokubhujiswa kwabantu.
It was 'n tragiese insident wat persone hulle lewens verloor het.
It was a tragic incident in which people lost their lives.
Yona ibiyinto embi ebinyanzelisa ukuba kufuneka noko besindile kuzanywe ukuba abantu basinde okanye kusindiswe ubomi babantu.
Yes, well, and all the other massacres were also tragic, weren't they? Like the Sharpeville massacre.
Voorsitter, massacre moet wees 'n brutale en 'n blindelingse en
Massacre.
onoordeelkundige slagting van mense. Daai elemente is nie teenwoordig nie.
Those elements mentioned by General are not present here. That is, a massacre should be brutal,
Brutal and
Onoordeelkundig, blindelings.
blindly.
yes,
Uthi ke le
I know what a massacre is.
yokubhujiswa nje kwabantu, ukutshatyalaliswa kwabantu, yinto nje engena nceba, yinto eyenziwa ngenkohlakalo.
Okay, anyway, the issue is not so much on the semantics. All the things that you have mentioned to answer this question, except for the first thing you mentioned, which was the journalists and all that. All those things that you've mentioned were there from the 11th. And the crowd was sitting there on the 11th. They were armed. They were dangerous. There was a potential for deaths, blah, blah, blah. All the things that you've mentioned. Why could you not wait for 15 minutes or 30 minutes to see whether Mr. Matunja's plea was going to be acceded to?
Ngale mini ke ezi zinto zonke osele uzikhankanyile bezikhona. Yintoni kodwa ke eyabanga ukuba ningakwazi ukulinda nobibinoba imizuzwana nje eli-15 ngeli xesha umhlekazi Mathunjwa ezama ukucenga abantu?
Did you actually, from the dock, give an instruction that the barbed wire be unfurled at that moment? Or was that a decision which rested with and was made by one of the commanders on the field?
Voorsitter, soos ek verduidelik het in my getuienis,
As I explained earlier in my evidence,
is dat 'n plan word ooreengekom in 'n strategie.
the plan was agreed upon and a strategy,
En dan word sodanige uitvoering oorhandig aan die operasionele bevelvoerder.
and this is then handed over to the operational commander.
Die operasionele bevelvoerder is op die grond en dit is dan na die betrokke bevelvoerder se pertinente oordeel.
He is on the ground, Mr. Chairperson, and he then takes the decisions.
Wanneer die situasie sal sodanig wees dat betrokke uitvoering van die plan gegee kan word.
If the situation warrants such operation to be put in place.
Uthi ke kule meko ababekuyo ke isigqibo besisithi xa sele sithathiwe sidluliselwe kongoyena uphethe elo qela eliza kuthi lithathe unyathelo lenze lizaliseke umyalelo uzawuthi ke uphume. Zonke ezinto ezi xa sezixoxiwe sezidluliselwe kulowo uphethe elo qela, kulapho ke eli qela lizawuthi ke nalo lenze loo nto kuzawuthiwa maliyenze.
General, you're not seriously suggesting that the deployment at 1540 was not related to your suggestion that they must start at 1530? I thought your evidence was that The reason why they didn't move at 15:30 was because they wanted Mr. Matunjwa to finish.
Uthi ke lento yalo myalelo uthetha ngawo ngoku asiyonto kaloku ebidibene nale ubuyithethile wena okokuba kuzawuthi ngexesha lika 3:30 kube kuyabona kuyakhangelwa ukuba kungenziwa ntoni okanye lungathatha unyathelo. Ngoku wena uthe ke ngelo xesha leli xesha kanye kuthiwe makutsalwe ucingo.
Voorsitter, juist so was dit die besluit van die operasionele bevelvoerder om nie om 15:30 te ontplooi nie.
Ngeso
Just
sizathu
as it is, yes, for that reason,
ngeso sizathu sabanga ukuba ke kungakhawulezwa phambi kwalo eli xesha eli ukuba makuphume lo myalo uthi malitsalwe ucingo.
that was the reason, actually, the barbed wire was not deployed at that particular time.
Your point is that the barbed wire should have been deployed at 15:30, and the commander on the field, is that so, the operational commander, he used his discretion, held it back to 15:40 until Matunjwa had finished. Is that correct?
Dit is korrek, voorsitter. Hy het dit so ook in die JOC oorgedra en
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson, and that is how he transmitted to the JOC.
JOC en die oorhoofse bevelvoerder het dit sodanig aanvaar.
And it was accepted by the JOC and the overall commander.
If he'd said, we'll wait another 15 minutes to give everyone a chance to leave, and communicated that to the JOC, what would have happened?
Voorsitter, weer eens sal ons dit oorlaat aan die oordeel van die operasionele bevelvoerder. Ons kan
Would
nie
have
sien nie,
left it to the operational commander, Mr. Chairperson.
ons is baie beperk in terme van dit wat ons in die JOC besonderhede het, so dit sou weer eens aan hom oorgelaat
We were limited with the information at the JOC. We could have left that to his decision.
That's Brigadier Carlitz.
Korrek, voorsitter.
These
correct.
questions that Mr. Mpofu is asking can obviously be asked of Brigadier Carlitz, and he will presumably be able to give the answers.
Voorsitter, ja, hy sal baie beter kan verduidelik. Hy was uiteraard bewus van die plan.
Chairperson, he would be in a better position to respond. He was aware of the plan.
Yeah.
Maar die omstandighede op die oomblik wat so 'n plan ten uitvoer moet gebring word, is tot sy oordeel.
Circumstances in which this plan had to be operated depended on his decision.
Lo obe yongamele eJOC le obezawuthi ke yena akhuphe umyalo kubantu abangaphansi kwakhe ukuba makwenzeke ntoni, ngoyena ke obezawuthi abe uyawukhupha lowo myalo sele ebona imeko ngokwendlela ngokwendlela ekuxoxwe ngayo nenkqubela yayo yonke into ezawuthi ibe iyenzeka kulandawo.
General, do I understand that at the time of the special JOCOM meeting, when the decision was taken to start at 15:30, were you aware at that time of a potential second addressing of the crowd by Mr. Matunjwa?
Ngeli xesha ke kuza kuthiwa phambi kokuba lutsalwe ucingo uphume umyalo ukuba malutsalwe ucingo, na ubuqonda ubusele uqonda uba kuzawuqhubekeka ntoni kwenzeka ntoni kulomba wokuba umhlekazi uMathunjwa athethe nabantu okanye be nothethathethwana nabantu?
Commissaris, nee, ek het eers na die JOCOM vergadering, 'n spesiale JOCOM vergadering, het ek verneem dat meneer Matunjwa was weer buitekant die JOC gewees.
No, Commissioner, it was only after the adjournment of the special JOCOM meeting that I was told Mathunjwa had been outside.
En dan pertinent die SMS om 14:15.
And particularly the SMS at 14:15.
Uthi ke phambi kwelo xesha elo uye weva mva yena ukuba umhlekazi uMathunjwa ebekwa wabakhona engaphandle kwalapha iJOC ibidibene khona, ingathi ke bekusemva kwe hour ka-2.
En generaal Mpembe wat gesê het hy het probeer om telefonies in die hande te kry en hy's weer weg daarso, vermoedelik op pad na die koppie toe.
General Mpembe mentioned that he tried to get him on the phone, but they're unable, and the time it was on when he was on his way to the copy.
Kukwevakala uthi ke kwazanywa ukuba makaphinde abe kuqhagamshelwana naye umhlekazi uMathunjwa bekusitsho uGeneral Mpembe njalo kodwa ke akafumanekanga kwaze uvakala into kokuba uphindele kwaphaya entabeni.
Yes. In other words, by the time Mr. Mathunjwa arrived at the Kopi, you were already aware that he was going to the Kopi, given the fact that after the SMS you had been trying, or not you, some of your colleagues had been trying to get hold of him, and you were told that he's gone to the Kopi.
Kanti kunjalo nokuba nanizamile nokuzama uqhagamshelana naye senivile neva ukuba uphindele entabeni imizamo le ethe nayo yenziwa yokuba uqhagamshelane nayo noba ke ithe yaphunza bese lenivile ukuba uphindele entabeni.
Voorsitter, ek was bewus geweest dat hy terug is by die Koppie. Dit was ook sodanig dan oorgedra.
I was aware.
Die operationele bevelvoerder.
I was aware, Mr. Chairperson, that he had gone back to the mountain. This was carried over to the operational commander.
Uthe beqonda yena besazi ba uphindele entabeni ngoba into abayixelelwayo inkomanda eyayiphethe.
If you look in paragraph 23 of the witness's statement, which is Exhibit G1, and on slide 186 of Exhibit L, which essentially conveys the same or contains the same material, it appears that this witness knew at 2:15 that, please speak 14:15, that the Mr. Mathunjwa was going back to the Kopi, because that was contained in the SMS, which is quoted in the two places. But all that, according to the SMS, Mr. Mathunjwa was going to say was he was going to inform the strikers that, quote, no one is available. We've tried our best without cooperation from anyone. But I'm not sure, perhaps you can explore whether the witness knew anything more about what Mr. Mathunjwa was intending to do than what was in the SMS.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Well, at least one of the things that that makes the situation even worse, because as I understand it, your response to Mr. Mathunjwa was that you are available at the JOC, as you always have been. Is that correct?
Eyakho impendulo ke kwaba beJOC yayingeyokuba
that your return SMS was that you are available at the JOC.
Ebengasekho ke umhlekazi lo uMathunjwa wena ke kodwa ke wawusewenze kwacaca okanye kwavakala uba usekhona wena ungafumaneka kuba aba beJOC.
Voorsitter, ek is op dieselfde plek waar ons vroeër ontmoet het. So dit is 'n aanname wat u maak dat ek daardeur die JOC vermeld het.
At the same place that we had earlier been, and there's no mention here of the JOC.
Uthi yena bethe angafumaneka kwakuyo yona la ndawo bebekhe bakuyo akwakhankanywa nto ngeJOC.
Okay, well, forget about the JOC. But at least one of the possibilities that might have ensued from your return SMS is that Mr. Mathunjwa might have, after his address, come back to meet you at the place where you have always been, whatever it's called.
Eyona ke into ibileyo kokuba emva kokuba ke benalo uthethathethwano kwakucacile ukuba ke uyawuthi ke umhlekazi Mathunjwa xa sele ephinda ebuya nidibane kwindawo beke nadibana kuyo.
Ja, voorsitter, die bedoeling vir my SMS was om vir meneer Mathunjwa te sê kom terug, ek is hier waar ons vroeër gepraat het. So nie noodwendig nadat hy die mense gaan toespreek nie.
My intention with the SMS, Mr. Chairperson, was to inform Mr. Mathunjwa to come back to where we had earlier been, and not for him to come back after he had been to the mountain where we had to meet where we had earlier been.
Uthi ke yena ukucela kwakhe kumhlekazi Mathunjwa ukuba makabuye emthumela iSMS bengatsho ukuba ke makabuye xa sele ethethile nabantu wathi buya sidibane apho besidibene khona.
Yes, I accept that. You said need not vendor, in other words, not necessarily. But he could have come back after addressing the people. That's one of the possibilities. That's why I use the word possibility.
Uthi ndiyayivakele uyithethayo yona icacile ayitsho ukuba buya kwangoku ebesenokuthi abuye emva kokuba ethethile nabantu.
Ja, maar die konteks, ek verduidelik die konteks wat ek die SMS gestuur het, dit was
But I'm
duidelik dat
explaining
meneer Matunjwa
the context in which I sent the SMS, that Mr. Matunjwa,
dat hy teenwoordig of wat hy iewers buite die jog area was
was somewhere outside the jog area,
en dat hy nie in gesprek met ons getree het nie en dat ek 'n SMS vir hom gestuur het om te sê, weet jy, ek is nou hier so beskikbaar.
that he did not talk to us then. I sent him SMS to say I am available.
Uthi ke yena njengoba bethumela le SMS kumhlekazi uMathunjwa kusemva kokuba evile ukuba ebeke wakhona umhlekazi uMathunjwa ngaphandle kwale ndawo bebedibene kuyo beyijoko. Xa ethumela le SMS amthumela yona besithi buya ndikhona ndiyafumaneka.
Yes, and if he had received your SMS on his way to the copy, he could as well have decided to come back to the place after addressing the strikers.
Xa uba ebeyifumene ke le SMS yakho kunokwenzeka ukuba mhlambi yena engqondweni yakhe ebezimisele into yokokuba uzawubuya ke kodwa ke uzawuqala ngokuyawuthetha nabantu.
Hy kon sekerlik so besluit het,
Could have
baie moontlik.
made that decisions, quite possible.
Hayi kunjalo ebesenothatha eso sigqibo.
Maar ek het ook verneem
En
dat
hoe-
hy
sorry.
heeltemal onttrek het en dat hy nooit teruggekom het na die jog area nie.
But I eventually learned that he had altogether withdrawn. He did not come back to the jog.
Yeah,
Uthi kodwa ke ndeva mva into yokokuba umkile nje akazi basabuya.
Yes, General.
Chair.
You know, when I
Chair.
use the word possibility, sorry.
He wants to say something.
Chair, that possibility doesn't exist at all. If we look at the statement of Mr. Mathunjwa himself, he deals with that from paragraph 92 of his statement.
His statement with me. Would you read it to me, please?
He says, I'll start at paragraph 91. I said to them that it was not necessary and that they must please leave the copy. I explained to them that the life of a black worker was cheap, that they would be replaced, and that their demands would not have been realized. I pleaded with them to leave the copy. The workers again asked me to leave. I got into the car with my colleagues. No barbed wire was rolled out at this stage. We traveled a couple of meters. I said that we cannot leave this place. These people are going to be killed. One person responded by saying, quote, if we are all killed, who's going to tell the story, close quotes. The workers were waving to us, indicating that we must leave. I cannot remember the exact time, but I think that this was at about 15:30. Next paragraph. We left the copy. We took a back route to Witbank. As we drove behind the copy, we were confronted by a convoy of police who indicated that we must stop. I stopped. So Mr. Mathunjwa does not contemplate going back to where General Annandale is.
Yeah, that's true. Because part of the problem, I think, why we're debating this, possibly something we debated more fully later, but it occurs to me that part of the problem was I can't remember if Mr. Mathunjwa was asked this, I don't think he got Major Annandale's SMS. If you look at slide 186, he sent the...
I can assist, Chair. All this is completely irrelevant. I'm not talking about what actually happened. All I've said to the witness is from what he knew, he had sent Mathunjwa a particular SMS. We know now, of course, but he didn't know before that time whether Mathunjwa had received the SMS or not. All I'm asking to the witness is a simple thing, that at least one of the possibilities is that Mathunjwa would have received the SMS and might have come back to him after I'm not saying it happened.
Yes, I see. All right. We're busy to some extent, therefore, with hindsight, aren't we?
That's the
According to
distinction.
slide 185, the representatives of AMCU, this is at 1440, moved forward to address the protesters. This is now when Mathunjwa was back at the Kopi, his second visit, and informed them that no person from the mines management or the leadership of the police were willing to meet with him. Now, if he'd received the SMS that the General sent him at 1428, he would have known But someone from the leadership of the police was willing to meet with him. So the indications, therefore, are that he didn't actually, it was a missed call, he didn't receive the SMS. But, well, rather, he got the SMS, but he didn't read it.
Okay.
But that's hindsight.
Yeah.
You're dealing at the moment with possibilities.
Correct.
We'll carry on with the possibilities, but
Thank you, Chairperson.
don't be too far divorced from what really happened.
Thank you, Chairperson. I promise I won't. General, we now know that Mr. Matunjwa may not even have received your SMS. I accept that.
Received it, I suppose he didn't read it.
Oh, well, whatever. That he didn't
it
respond. Yes, yeah. That one of the possibilities that he either didn't receive it, didn't read it, or did not take it seriously. Whatever. Do you accept that?
Siyazi ke ngoku mhlekazi uba umhlekazi uMathunjwa ebenoba mhlamba akakhange ayifumane le SMS yakho. Sisho bebengayifumananga.
Ek het dit aanvaar daar's 'n verskeidenheid van redes potensieel moontlik.
I accepted there could be a variety of reasons.
Ayevakale leyo nezizathu ezinobakho ezimbalwa zokokuba mhlamba kunoba njalo.
All I'm putting to you with the greatest respect is that from your subjective point of view, it was not now in 2013 then, it was on the 16th of August in 2012. From your subjective point of view, there remained a potential, at least, I won't put it more than that Mr. Mathunjwa, after addressing the people, would have come back to respond to your SMS. Potential.
Uthi kuye ke kusenokwenzeka ukuba mhlawumbe unoba wathi xa sele ethethile nababantu ebezawuthi ukuba uyifumene ke le SMS yakho abuye uba azodibana nawe.
Potensieel kon hy sekerlik dit dalk oorweeg het om
potentially could have considered coming back.
Ewe kungacingeka ngolo hlobo uba mhlawumbe besenokuba aqonde into yokokuba kufuneka ebuyile okanye athathe isigqibo sokokuba makabuye.
And before it was clear whether you would turn left or right and move away from the copy or towards the chalk, the order was given to deploy the barbed wire.
Kodwa ke noba ke ebezawubheka ngakweliphi icala ukuba aphindele kuyo ijok le ebezawujika aye athathe naliphi na icala. Kodwa ke umyalo wasewuphuma ke wona kokuba makutsalwe ucingo.
Voorsitter, wat ons weet van bewysstuk L en die pertinente foto's is dat daar so opdrag gegee was min of meer 15:40, 43 daar rond.
What we know, Chairperson, based on slide 3 is that potentially the
What slide 3?
Slide?
Based on the photos in
based on the
L.
On the photos on Exhibit L, that the barbed wire was
such an order was given.
That such an order was given at about 1543.
Eyona nto siyaziyo ke kukuba ke emva kwalento kwaphuma lo myalo ngelo xesha lika 22/4 ukuba malutsalwe ucingo.
Chair, Mr. Mathunjwa deals with the concern that you raised, Chair. He says he got the SMS from Major General Annandale. He deals with it at page 84, paragraph 84, and pertinently says at 1428, Major General Annandale replied as follows, and then he quotes the quotation.
Oh, thank you. I'm indebted to my learned colleague. So my point is even stronger then, that Mr. Mathunjwa did receive the SMS.
And I think that raises the further difficulty, that according to slide 185, the representatives of AMCU moved forward to address the protesters. That's when they got there at around about 1440, and informed them, that's the strikers, that no person from the mines management or the leadership of the police were willing to meet with him. Now, difficult to see how that could have been said. We'd already got the SMS at 1428, because here was a policeman saying, I'm willing to meet you. But anyway, That's something which
Chair,
you don't have to be involved with now. Yes?
Chair, apologies to interrupt.
Sorry, Mr. Forsyth, I beg your pardon.
Not a problem at all, Chair. Chair, I've read paragraph 84 that my learned friend's referring to, and there's no allegation that Mr. Matunja actually received the SMS. He says, as I was leaving the base, I sent an SMS to Major General Annandale. I sent the same SMS. And then he said, at 14:28, Major General Annandale replied as follows. He doesn't say I received it, he just said he responded.
That addresses my concern then, that indications are though they'd been sent, he hadn't read it yet, because he couldn't have said what he's alleged to have said on slide 185. And that addresses also the point that Mr. Semenya made.
Yeah.
But we're a little bit off the main track at the moment, but these are obviously relevant points we'll have to concentrate on at the appropriate stage. But carry on, Mr. Mpofu.
Yeah. Sorry, I've lost the track. That's fine, thanks. In any event, I'll leave the rest of that for argument. I just wanted to correct something that you said, that according to slide according to slide L192, at least, according to slide L192, that command, I think that's the word used, was given at 1540. Do you accept that, at least?
In reading that, one has to read what appears at slide 189. What is being discussed about what Mr. Matunja said to the strikers and their response is set out in the first bulletin, slide 189, and then there's the report about what the media people told Captain De Dreo about the change in the mood and so on. And then it says, at this point, all negotiation and discussion stopped. This information was given to Brigadier Carlitz. It would then seem that his command, which you're now referring to, in 192, was presumably given after he received that information, if this statement is corrected in slide 189.
Yeah, I'm prepared to accept that, Chair. All I'm asking the witness is whether he accepts that, because he spoke about 1543, whether from the pictures, he accepts that according to slide 192, that command was given at 1540, yes or no?
Voorsitter, ek het geen rede om die tyd soos gereflekteer daar nie. Dit is opgestel vanaf sekere gebeure op die dag, foto's, aanduidings van die foto's se tye en so aan.
The times reflected here were given as a result of information, photos and so on.
Eyo ndibithethwa ke ibiye yokuba ke noba kunoba kwathini umyalo lo kokuba kutsalwe ucingo wona wakho utshwa nge-20 to 4 uthi ke yena akanawutsho ukuba ibingubani ncam ixesha umyalo waphuma ngalo wona kunjalo uba waphuma.
And we know from the evidence that has been led that at least some of the people went there because Mr. Matunja was going to come back with feedback on the 16th.
Enye into esiyaziyo ke yeyoba abanye babantu baya ngakwelo cala babheka kulo kuba kusaziwa okanye besele kusazeka ukuba uzawuba phena buyo umhlekazi Mathunja.
Moet ek dit as 'n feit aanvaar want
Should I accept it as a fact? Because
Yes, you should, because you were there on the 15th when Mr. Matunja said that the people had asked him to come back on the 16th.
ja, maar dis nie hoe dit gestel het nie.
but that's not what has been put to me.
Okay. I'm saying to you, apart from what you knew, I'm giving you information that you don't know, that the evidence that has been led here would suggest that at least some of the people, or at least one, Mr. Makiti one, went there on the 16th because Mr. Matunja was going to give the feedback.
Uthi ke abanye babantu baya ke ngayo lo mina ngelo xesha kuba besele kusaziwa ukuba umhlekazi uMathunjwa uzawuza kuba bikela.
Voorsitter, dit kan ek so aanvaar.
That I can accept,
And-
Chairperson.
Sorry.
Uthi angayamkela ke leyo na intetho.
And for those people, at least who would have gone there to listen to Mr. Mathunjwa, when it was clear that he's no longer coming back, he has finished his job for the day, it would have been time to go. Sorry, Chairperson. Someone
I
seems
think
to
we'd
have
better adjourn for a couple of minutes
received bad
until
news.
that disturbance.
Taxation and Yelling.
It's been reported to me that what happened, the commission resumes. It's been reported to me that in the room behind the auditorium, where certain members of the family are gathered, some dispute of some kind arose between, I think it was two members of the family, or of families, nothing to do with the commission itself, and that led to the outburst that we heard. Social workers now there attending to the matter. But I want to say something that flows from that, and that is, as we were standing in what amounted to the wings of the stage here, a television cameraman came towards us with his camera, walking towards the room behind where this had happened. That's not acceptable. The television cameramen are here to record what happens in the auditorium. They're not here to take pictures of things that happen in rooms behind the auditorium, which have nothing to do with the sitting itself. And I hope that there will not be a repetition of that. Before I had an opportunity to speak to the cameraman, someone else spoke to him and he left. But I want to make it clear that this is not the kind of conduct which we're prepared to tolerate. Would you please proceed, Mr. Mpofu?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Umhlali ngaphambili uthi ke kubekho esisikhalo sivakele apha ngasemva njengoba kuvakele esisikhalo iphumile nje inkomishini kulindwa apha phandle uba makuqwalaselwe lento eyenzekayo sekuzawuvela ngokumuntu wecamera apha ye-television engathi ubheka ngakwela cala kukho lengxolo apho ibivela khona aba bantu becamera eyona nto balapha ngayo yeyokuza kurecorda izinto ezenzekayo kwi-commission not izinto ezenzeka ngaphandle apha ecaleni ngoba licala laba bantu beze kuyo le commission le aba babanantsiweyo bathwelweyo nangendleko ukuba bazomamela baqonda bakwenzeka ntoni apha mayingenzeki ke lento yezikhamera ukuba mayibe isiya kutyhudisa ingena nalapha ingamenywa ngakhona.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I may just say that we appreciate those remarks on the side of the victims, or even from the representatives of the families. Thank you, Chairperson. Now, General, what I was saying to you is that for that section of the crowd that had come there specifically because Mr. Matunja was going to give his report back, once it became clear that he was done for the day, that would have been the time for them to go home. That would be a reasonable assumption. Agreed?
It's fine.
I think the General is waiting for Mr. Boy to interpret that in closer before he answers. If Mr. Boy would like you to repeat the question, I'm sure you'll be happy to do so.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Boy. I was asking the General whether it would be a fair assumption to make that for that section of the crowd that had come there specifically because Mr. Matunja was going to give the report back, once it was clear that he was done, they would depart.
Njengoba ke abantu bebephaya bekucacile uba umhlekazi uMathunjwa uya kubo uba esiya kuthetha nabo ibicacile ke nale eyokokuba uzawuphinda abuye azowuthetha ke naba ebethetha nabo emva kokuba ese umbiko kwizihlwele ezazilendile phaya.
Voorsitter, is weer eens aanname, dit kan so wees, maar dit kan ook wees dat hulle ander intensies gehad het en dat hulle dan juist nie sou gaan nie.
It could be acceptable that way, Mr. Chairperson, but then they could have had other reasons for being there.
Yes.
Uthi ke angayamkela ke leyo uba ewe isenokuba njalo kanti ke kusenokuba ezona njongo bebenazo.
Yes, no, fair enough. What we do know for sure, given the pattern of the behavior of the crowd over the preceding 5 days or so, is that at around about 6 o'clock, they would, in all likelihood, all have gone home anyway, except for maybe 50.
Bese kubonakala ukuba ke aba bantu indlela ebebeziphethe ngayo phaya bebezawuba phaya ngoba ingathi bizintsukwana bephaya bebezawuba phaya uzothi ke ngexesha abebeqhela uba bachithakale ngalo bachithakale ngokwesiqhelo.
Voorsitter, wat ons ook verseker weet is dat die situasie en die omstandighede op die 16de totaal verander van die situasie op die 15de en die 14de van Augustus.
What we certainly know, Mr. Chairperson, is that the situation had altogether changed from what it was the 14th, the 15th. This was on the 16th. It totally changed.
Kunokuba njalo kodwa ke eyona nto siyiqonda kakuhle yeyokuba bekusenokwenzeka ukuba kungabi safana nezinto nendlela bebeziphethe ngayo mhla we-14 ne-15 ngoba ngomhla we-16 ibisiguqukile ishintshile indlela bebeziphethe ngayo.
En ek het telkens daarna verwys in my getuienis en ek het ook vanoggend net daaraan geraak.
I have referred this several times in my evidence, Mr. Chairperson. I also touched on it this morning.
Le iyona ndigqiba kuyithetha into ndiyithethile nakumakeri adlulileyo kanti nakusasa namhlanje bendike ndaphinda ndayikhankanya.
Yes.
En ek het ook verwys
sorry, General.
Ek het ook verwys na die verhoogde risiko en die historiese ervaring wat ons het in terme van so 'n gewapende groep.
I have also referred to the increased risk and based on experiences they have had in the past.
Ndike ndaphinda ndayithetha nento yokokuba ke ubungozi bona bukhona ingathi buyenyukela xa umuntu uqwalasela nezinye izinto zexesha eligqithileyo ubufanele uba noko ungaqonda ukuthi ke le into isenokuthi ibheke phambili.
Nou ek het pertinent dit verwys na 'n meer onlangse geval aan die hand van 'n voorbeeld wat gebeur het in Sasolburg en Zamdela.
I also referred to an incident that took place not so long ago in Zamdela Township in Sasolburg.
Uthi ke ndide ndathetha nangento ebike yenzeka akukudala kakhulu yenzeke eSasolburg eZamdela.
En ek het verwys wat potensieel kan gebeur en wat histories gebeur is so 'n groep opbreek in kleiner groepe en dan in die gemeenskappe inbeweeg.
What could potentially happen, that the groups could have broken into smaller groups and then move into the settlements.
Uthi uthethile ke ngento efana nale ebinokwenzeka njengoba besisho inokwenzeka ngoba sekwenzeka izinto ezilolo hlobo. Abantu bathi xa besuka bechithakala ngamanye amaxesha basuke bayongena nasekuhlaleni bengamaqedlana amancinci kodwa basuke bongena ekuhlaleni.
Voorsitter, en dan het ek ook verwys na die polisie wat die bemiddelaar was op die 14 en die 15de en die konstruktiewe onderhandeling wat plaasgevind het.
I also referred, Mr. Chairperson, to the police officer who was an intermediary on the 14th and
The police, not police officer.
the police who was an intermediary on the 14th and the 15th in a constructive discussion that took place.
Okay.
Uthi ke bethethileke wathetha nangale ibithe yenzeka apho bekukho ipolisa belinothetha thethwano nabantu.
General, despite that long answer, you accept that, and well, firstly, I accept for the purposes of this question what you are saying, that there might have been differences between the days. But would you also accept that there were also similarities between the days from the 11th to the 15th?
Uthi ndiyayivale uyithethayo kodwa ke ndithanda uqonda uba uyaqonda uba kukho ukufana kwendlela yokuziphatha kwabantu okanye kwindlela yokwenzeka kwezinto ezithi zibekho kwiziganeko ezilolu hlobo.
Voorsitter, ek aanvaar dat daar ook ooreenkomste was tussen die 11de en die 15de.
I accept also, Mr. Chairperson, that there were similarities between the 11th and the 15th.
Yes.
Uthi ewe uyayamkeleyo kokuba ke phakathi kwe-11 ne-15 zibe khona zona indlela zokwenza okanye zokuziphatha ezifanayo.
And you are not in a position to dispute that one of those similarities could possibly have been the fact that the people would depart as they had before at about about 6 o'clock. I think you said it at that time it got dark just before 6, around about that time.
Ndiyacinga ke ukuba njengoba usithi uyayamkela ke le usenako ukuyamkela ke nale bendike ndayikhankanya ndisithi ke njengoba bekumane kusenzeka uba abantu ngexesha elithile bahambe bachithachitheke nangayo lo mini leyo unokuyamkela uba ibisenokwenzeka ke nale iqheleke ukwenza besele ibonakele isenzeka yokuba bachithakala abantu ngexesha abachithakala ngalo.
Voorsitter, ek kan dit nie aanvaar sonder om daarna te verwys in die konteks nie.
I do not want to accept, Mr. Chairperson, without referring to the context therein.
Nawusuka nje ndiyamkele ke le into ndingenakutsho ukuba kaloku kufuneka kuqwalaselwe yonke nje imeko.
En ek het die konteks verwys op die 14 en die 15de was dit berekende risiko.
I mentioned that on the 14th and the 15th it was a limited risk,
I think that's calculated risk.
calculated risk.
Uthi ke hayi ndiyayiva leyo nayithethwa yokokuba bekusenokwenzeka into efana naleyo kodwa ke senditshila uba ngomhla we-14 ne-15 leyo ke yona into eyenzekayo ukuba makuyekelelwe ibisenokuba nayo nabo ubungozi.
Voorsitter, op die 16de was dit 'n totaal verhoogde risiko en ons het nie gegee die verhoogde risiko dat pertinent die militante groep sou uiteengaan.
On the 16th it was totally different. The risk was increased, and we did not believe that the group would disperse.
Soos wat hulle die vorige 2 dae uiteengegaan het.
As they had done the 2 previous days.
En dat hulle in hierdie geval hulle torings sou uithaal op eiendom en potensieel lede van die gemeenskap.
There's another cell phone going off. Who's the owner of that cell phone? Would you please turn it off? And if it goes off again, I'll ask you to leave the auditorium.
Kukho umuntu one cellphone ekhala yona bakhona makayicime.
It was further said that it was clear that on this day they would take their aggression out on the other people.
General, I'd like you to please listen to the question. The question was simply that, yes, even if I accept your postulation that there were differences, you and I have agreed that there were also similarities. And the question was that you could not rule out that one of the similarities might have been the fact that they would leave at about some time to 6 o'clock, as they did for the previous 5 days.
Bendisithi kuwe Mhlekazi, njengoba usithi ke kubekho indlela engathi yafana yokuziphatha kwabantu njengoba besithetha ngeentsuku ezidlulileyo abathe ngexesha elithile babe besuka ke bechithakala ngokunokwabo. Kanti ke nangayo yona le imini bebesenokuthi benze ngolo hlobo besivumelene kuloo ndawo yokuba bebe suka ngokunokwabo xa besuka bechithakala kwezi ntsuku zikankanyiweyo.
Voorsitter, ons het redelik geglo dat die groot groep sou uiteengaan. Ons het nie redelik geglo dat die klein groep sou uiteengaan soos die vorige 2 dae nie.
We reasonably believed that the bigger group could disperse, but we had no reason to believe that the smaller group would disperse on that day.
Besinaso isizathu sokucinga ukuba if aba baninzi kakhulu okanye igroup lenkulu yona ibizawuthi ibisenokuthi ichithakale lula kodwa besingakholwa ukuba ke la macedlana mancinci ke wona zawusikasuke nje lula achithakale mke.
Yes. Now, even if that is true, let's assume that is true, that you reasonably believe that the larger group would disperse in an hour or 2, but the smaller group would remain. Had you given that possibility a chance, would you agree that some lives might have been saved and some injuries that were sustained might not have been sustained, and some of the people who were arrested because you did not do that might not even have been there?
Ndiyayivala uthethayo ke kodwa ke ndibuza into okokuba njengoba sele utshilo uba ukona kunjalo le into bendiyithethile kuyo yona injalo kodwa anikhange nina nibe niyiqwalasele into yokokuba xa sinokuthi sithi ukulinda banokuchithakala njengokwezi ntsuku zidlulileyo ukuba beniyicingile loo nto nathi ukulinda kancinci abantu abathi bonzakala okanye baphulukana nobomi babo nabathe mhlawumbi babanjwa ngengenzekanga yonke ke le ukuba benike nathi ukulinda.
Voorsitter, ek verduidelik hoekom die plan, kom ons probeer het om die plan ten uitvoer te bring op die tyd wat dit ten uitvoer gebring is.
I have explained, Mr. Chairperson, why we implemented the plan at the time at which it was set for.
Senditshilo ke ukuba isizathu besiyintoni sokokuba sithathe unyathelo njengokuba besele sigqibile uba silithathe olonyathelo.
Ek verduidelik dat ons nooit die geleentheid gehad het om ons plan anders te dan die defensiewe maatreëls wat ons uitgerol het te implementeer nie.
I also mentioned that we had no other way of applying this plan save the defensive measures that we took.
Senditshilo ke nento yokuba isizathu besiyintoni esokokuba sithathe unyathelo olu esaluthathayo silithathela nokhuselo lwethu.
Wat nie uit die oog uit verloor moet word nie is dat daar aanval was.
What we should not lose sight of is that there was an attack on the police line.
Into ekufuneka siyiqwalasele ingaphumi engqondweni yethu kukuba kwasele kukho uhlaselo.
We'll get to this.
I'm sorry, General, I'm not sure that you're answering the question directly. I'm not suggesting you're deliberately evading it. You're being asked a what-if question. I take it that Mr. Mpofu knows what the plan was. He knows how your cases was disrupted and the police were attacked by strikers. But he's asking you a what-if question. And his what-if question is, if you had not, you or the others at the dock, hadn't decided to implement stage 3 that afternoon, and despite the change of mood and so forth of the people, nothing had happened until 6 o'clock. He's suggesting to you that what might have happened is that the people who normally went home to sleep at night would have left, leaving the group who stayed there behind. And he's suggesting that certain consequences would have flowed from that. So it's a what-if question. And perhaps you could repeat the question to give the Major General a chance to
yes.
appreciate it fully. And then we'll get his answer.
So dit is gemakkelijk dan weer, ek was op pad soontoe.
Chairperson,
Dit is gemakkelijk om die vraag, ek was op pad soontoe.
I am just about to answer
the
question.
Let me save all of us some trouble.
He says he's going to answer the question. He knows what the question is.
We'll wait.
So let's give him a chance.
Voorsitter, ja, wat as? Ons het ook wat sou gebeur het as die mense gegaan het in die gemeenskappe in en hoeveel mense potensieel dan dood kon gegaan het.
We asked ourselves, what if the people moved into the settlement, how many people would be killed there?
Maar al wat ons nou weet is daar aantal mense, 34 mense wat gesterf het.
All that we know now is that a number of people died, 34 people died.
So om nou terug te kyk, op die stadium het ons pertinent geglo dat dit gepaste optrede was.
At the time, whether it was appropriate time.
Ja.
So sou dit op 'n ander stadium gebeur het, potensieel kon daar minder mense dood gegaan het, minder beserings gewees het, maar potensieel kon daar ook meer mense dood gegaan het en meer beserings gewees het.
If it was done at a later stage, Chairperson, potentially more people could have died or potentially less people could have died.
Maar ons moes gegee ons ervaring, die omstandighede aan ons bekend op daardie stadium,
our experience, the circumstances existing at the moment,
moes ons besluite neem, voorsitter.
We had to take a decision, Mr. Chairperson.
So dis baie maklik nou om te gaan sê, ja, dit het gebeur, potensieel kon daar minder, potensieel kon daar verseker minder, maar daar kon ook meer.
It has happened, potentially this or that could have happened. It could have been more or it could have been less.
Uthi into yokuthetha ngento yokuba ukuba bekuthe akwathini ayisincedi into ngoba nayo leyo sinekuyithetha nathi ngakwelethu icala sithi ukuba ke besingakhange senze lonto bekunoba kwenzeke ntoni ngoba ezi zihlwele bezisenokusuka apho zithi xa zisuka zichithakala zingene apha ekuhlaleni kwenzakale nabanye abaninzi abantu ibiyawuthwani ke into efana nale ukuba bekunokwenzeka into efana nale nditshoyo.
Yeah, even if I accept what you're saying, in other words, that it could have been more, it could have been less, you would accept that that would be cold comfort to a victim or a widow, because on both postulations, it might have been different people, more or less, who died, and not my father or my husband. Correct?
uyaqonda ke okanye uyayamkela ke nale ndiyithethayo yokokuba ukuba bekuthe kwakho elo thuba ndithetha ngalo mna balinikwe ukuba mabade bachithakale abantu bekusenokwenzeka ukuba kunonzakala abantu abaleli nani elathi lonzakala kweza sihlwele bezipha.
Voorsitter, dit is baie redelik. Dit is so.
Very reasonably so, yes.
Njalo iyavakala lo.
Thank you. And the real issue, really, General, is that you, having arrived there uninvited, authorized or unauthorized, we will know when you give us the document, within 72 hours of your arrival, had made a decision or a suggestion at the lowest of a particular time at which the so-called tragedy took place.
Kunjalo nokuba ke kwixeshana lentsukwana nje ezintathu 72 hours yokuba nifikile apho kwenzeke esi simanga.
Voorsitter, my teenwoordigheid daar was gemagtig geweest.
Chairperson, my presence there was authorized.
Dit was redelik geweest.
It was reasonable.
Ek was daar in teenwoordigheid van die provinsiale kommissaris.
I was there in the presence of the provincial commissioner.
Wie sekerlik die prerogatief gehad het om te sê, generaal, dankie, maar ons het net pertinent jou lede nodig en ons het nie jou nodig nie, so sy
had the prerogative of saying, General, thank you. We only need your units, your sections, and not you.
Die nasionale kommissaris van die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens was die maandag aan daar met my teenwoordigheid.
The national commissioner of the South African Police Services was on Monday there and saw me there.
En sy was bewus van my ontplooiing daar.
She was aware of my being deployed there.
En ek het probeer verduidelik en ek gaan weer verduidelik.
Also try to explain, I will explain once again.
Dat individuele voorstelle word gemaak deur 'n verskeidenheid van mense.
That individual suggestions are made by a variety of people.
Dat ons waarskynlik soveel as 43 bevelvoerders gehad het op die dag.
That we had as many as 43 commanders on that day.
Dat tydens ons JOCOM vergaderings was daar waarskynlik meer as 30 offisiere teenwoordig.
That in the JOCOM's meetings that we held there were sometimes more than 30 officers there.
Dat ek voorgesit het tydens 2 van die JOCOM vergaderings en dan pertinent die special JOCOM vergadering.
Chairing 2 of the JOCOM meetings and specifically the special JOCOM.
Dat dit op instruksie was van die oorhoofse bevelvoerder.
This was on the instructions of the overall commander.
Dat tydens sodanige JOCOM vergaderings word daar insette gelewer, voorstelle gemaak, strategie bespreek.
That during such JOCOM's meetings strategies are being planned, inputs are being made.
Dat dit gedoen was met die ervaring van waarskynlik meer as 1000 jaar in terme van kollektief tussen die offisiere van verskeie
and this was
velde.
As a result of experience gained by the different police, which could be counted in about 1,000 years of experience amongst them.
Dat daar dan ooreengekom is in terme van 'n spesifieke polisie aksie optrede of benadering.
In terms of a specific police action or approach.
En dat dit dan die polisie se benadering daarstel. So individuele insette is gelewer en op die einde van die dag is dit kollektief aanvaar.
Individual inputs were made and at the end of the day collectively accepted.
En ek het ook vroeër op 'n vraag van die voorsitter pertinent gesê dat
a question by the chairperson I said
dat dit gewoonlik bespreking is en dan sal vrywillige nastrewing tot sodanige besluit.
That firstly it's really discussions and thereafter agreements based on such discussions.
Maar sou daar nie 'n ooreenkoms wees nie?
But if there is no agreement,
en daar was 'n ooreenkoms in die geval,
and in this case there was an agreement,
dan sal die finale besluit by die oorhoofse bevelvoerder lê.
The final decision would then have depended on the overall commander.
Die oorhoofse bevelvoerder het pertinent die verantwoordelikheid in terme van staande order 262,
who has the pertinent responsibility in terms of the standing orders.
En ek kan u daarna verwys as u sou wou, dan kan ons na die pertinente besonderhede gaan in terme van
If you would like to, we could go to the specific section of the standing orders.
No, thank you. Chairperson, General, please, if you listen to the question, I accept the reason I used the word suggestion is that I accept wholeheartedly that the suggestion you made about 1530 was accepted by the others who were there present. Please accept that. Okay. I accept that. All I'm saying, to put it crudely, is that if you were not there, that suggestion of 1530 would not have been made in the first place before they accepted it. Correct?
Uthi ndiyayiva lento uyithethayo.
How does he know that someone else might have made the same suggestion?
Well,
we would have to guess, would we not?
Chairperson, please, with the greatest respect, was there something magical about 1530 that even if you are not there, we can infer that someone else would have exactly said 1530?
They're talking about 330. Yeah, I know. You've heard the question. What's the answer?
Voorsitter, soos daar verskeidenheid van persone, daar was 667 op die dag ontplooi. En elkeen 'n lewer inset. So om nou te gaan sê as generaal Mpembe nie daar was nie, dan sou dit nie gebeur het op daai dag en daai dag nie. En as Annandale nie daar was en sou dit en dit nie gebeur het nie. So potentieel kon iemand gesê het 1530, potentieel kon iemand gesê het 1545.
People on that particular day.
Ek weet nie of iemand sou of iemand nie sou nie.
One cannot say if General Mpembe did not say this would happen. General Annandale said this couldn't have happened. Any other person could have suggested any time. And somebody could have suggested 1530, somebody could have suggested 1545.
Maar as ek nie daar was nie, dan kon Annandale nie gesê het 1530 nie. Dit is net absoluut so dit is net 'n absolute sinnelose opmerking.
Annandale would not have been would have said it if he wasn't there. It's just a senseless kind of a question.
Yeah. Well, General,
sorry, Mr. Boy hasn't a chance to interpret it.
I'm sorry.
Ethwayo apha ngoku yileyo kokuba umhlekazi lo ingathi ikhona lento umhlekazi uMpofu aphezukwayo kokuba ikhona into ethile ehambisanayo nalento yelixesha kuba makwenzeke lento eyenzekayo ngela xesha lokuba kudeske konzakale abantu akayitsho ke yena but into yakhe injalo le into kodwa kumhlekazi uthi yena akakhathala uba kuthini ngoba enyanisweni into le yenzekayo ngolwahlobo ayihambi yodwa kujongwe nebali nezinto ezenzekayo kwixesha elidlulileyo kube kusenzeka izinto ezigqibelisa kubekho ubungozi nokufa nantoni ngoku leyo kuba kuthethwe ngokuthi ukuba bekuthe akwathi nokuba bekuthe akwathini into engenawuthwani ke ngoku le.
Major General, in the interest of correctness, I think we must note that according to Exhibit EE, at the special JOCM meeting at 1:30, there were 9 people in attendance. So any one of the 9 people could have made a suggestion as to the time. What it does say, of course, is that you yourself said that you wanted it to start at 1530 because the second last paragraph says, Major General Annandale instructed Brigadier Pretorius Lieutenant Colonel Scott to report back at the JOC at 1515 as he wants the operation to commence at 1530. So it was your idea, but if you hadn't been there, someone else would have suggested a time, one of the other 8. Is that right? In the interest of accuracy.
Voorsitter, dit is so.
Chairperson, it is so.
As 'n persoon nie daar is nie, kon daai persoon uiteraard nie enige opmerking gemaak het nie. En dit is my punt.
My point is, if a person isn't there, then he could not have made any point.
As ek nie daar was nie, was daar dalk 6 mense of daar was 12 mense gewees en potensieel sou hulle dalk 'n tyd voorgestel het.
If I wasn't there, there were 12 other people. They could have estimated given certain times. That is the position.
And perhaps try to draw all these. Sorry, you want to interpret first, Mr. Boy? You want to interpret first?
Yes, please. Uthi ke lento ithethwayo kokuba ukuba yena umhlekazi lo ebengakhange abekho phaya ngelo xesha okanye neli xesha libekiweyo eli lika 3:30 ukuba yena bengakhange abekho apho asiyonto ithi akekho omnye umuntu okanye abekho abanye abantu abebenokuthi bakhankanye okanye into yokokuba ngelo xesha kanye makuthathwe luphunyathelo belisenokuba luyathathwa ngokuthi ibe into ekhankanywe nangamanye amalungu.
Now, to draw all these strands together before we take the lunch adjournment, Mr. Mpofu started off this morning by referring to paragraph 9.7 of the opening statement made on behalf of his clients, and which deals with who gave the orders at all levels of government in the police chain of command. And as far as I can make out, he's been busy the whole morning trying to ascertain who gave the order or made the suggestion that the operation be implemented at 3:30, and then he's exploring the consequences of that decision that should be then rather than some other time. But would that be a summary of what you've been busy with this morning?
No, it wouldn't. The issue that we're exploring here, Chairperson, which is related to that broad topic that I introduced, is what I put to the witness, which you said I must first justify, namely that he, Alan Dale, his role in key issues, not in all, well, if the sun had come from the west or whatever, the specific issue that we were dealing with, the key issue is that the massacre or tragedy, or whatever you call it, happened at 15:30, and that it was at his suggestion. From that flows many things. One is the fact that Matunjo's opportunity for peace was not given a chance. And I was going to move to the second implication right now, which is that the people on the ground, the duration of the briefings that took place in relation to the people on the ground was also shortened by the 15:30 time. In other words, some of them were briefed only for 10 minutes, when had it been a different time, the briefing would have been so these are not just wishy-washy coincidences. These are pertinent issues where the massacre could have happened or not happened.
Mr. Mpofu, I'm not suggesting anything you're putting is wishy-washy.
Yeah, no,
I'm trying to bring the morning's proceedings to a close before we take lunch. The other point you talked about a moment ago, you can explore after lunch.
Yes.
But my understanding was you set out to get this witness to concede that whether he gave an instruction or whether he made a suggestion which was accepted is neither here nor there. The idea of 3:30 came from him, and as we see that from Exhibit EE, that he concedes. You suggest certain consequences flow from that choice of commencement time, and you've debated some of those with the witness, and presumably you're going to debate more of them in the afternoon.
Thank you. Yes.
So this seems a suitable stage. Is that a fair summary of the progress we've made, if we can call it that, this morning?
Yeah.
We'll take the lunch adjournment.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson.
I actually wanted to complain.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
The Commission resumes. Mr. Mpofu, I've just been informed that one of your clients has died. Committed suicide, apparently. Is there anything that you wish to say about it?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, my attorneys have been in touch with the affected parties. It is so that one of the victims or the survivors, once again, this is the second one after Mr. Alfred Mpofana, is also said at this stage to have committed suicide. We don't know at this stage, Chairperson, what the exact circumstances. It is already published in the media, and no doubt, if more light does come, we will, and if it's relevant to the Commission, we will share it. Chairperson, all I want to say really is that this belies the approach that we take on this matter, which is that these people are not statistics. Sometimes it's tempting to just deal with them as 34 people died, or 60 were shot, or 200 were arrested. But these are, each of them, specific individuals, breadwinners, uncles, brothers, and so on. And that is why perhaps, even in the kind of detail we go to, we would like to find out exactly what happened on that specific day, at that specific time. Because it doesn't help them to look at this thing holistically, as we might be tempted to do maybe as professionals. Each one of them, at least in our experience of having dealt with the hundreds that we represent, has an individual interest, and so what I'm saying may or may not be related to what led to the suicide. But if the events that we're discussing here have any relevance, and it's a big if, then I would just like to make that comment. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Mpofu. I see from the newspaper report that I've been handed that his brother is quoted as having said that there was an earlier attempt by him to commit suicide in December, and that he had told his brother he wanted to kill himself because he had financial problems. So it may well be that there's no direct link between what happened from the 9th to the 16th of August and the death. On the other hand, there may well be. But whatever the circumstances were, we wish, my colleagues and I, and I'm sure everybody here who's involved in the Commission, would wish to extend our sincere condolences to his family. And it's a cause of great sorrow, I'm sure, to them, and something in which we share. I would just want to say one thing in relation to what you said about the statistical aspect. What you said, of course, is quite true. But I would hope that people would appreciate that our approach here in this Commission has not been a purely statistical one. The evidence leaders, for example, made a point of referring to the deceased by name, not just by letter or number. You remember they were letters on photographs. The bodies were identified by letters and there were numbers and things. We always mentioned them by name. And the families must know that each one of the individuals concerned in this matter is recognized as an individual, a person with a name, a person with a family, a person who suffered, and whatever the rights and wrongs of the situation may be, something we're trying to unravel, to determine to get to the truth so far as it's possible with the help of everyone participating in the Commission. But they must know that we do not see these people, either the deceased or those who were arrested or injured, and that of course applies to the policemen who were killed as well, and the security guards. We do not see them as statistics; we see them as human beings.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, if I may, before the witnesses sworn in, just to place on the record that the issue, and once again, if this is related, the issue of counseling for the victims is something that we have raised time and again. And we're not sure in respect of the first suicide or this second one if something could have been done had those calls been heeded. We know, for example, from the National Commissioner, I think, that the policemen who were involved in this incident were immediately taken for counseling, rightly so, because it was quite a traumatic event. But we do hope that wherever it is, the powers that be, that issue should be taken into account before it's too late, maybe for some of the victims.
I will ask the evidence leaders to make inquiries as to whether that happened and to report back to us. May I inquire whether we have present with us today any member of the family of the late Mr. Lungani Mabutiana, who's the person to whom we've been referring?
No, Chairperson.
Banoba bakhona na apha phakathi kwethu abantu abazezihlobo zalo muntu ukuvakala ukuba uswelekile. Ulungani Mabutiana. Mabutyana.
No, we can confirm that they're not here. They are busy making arrangements. Thank you, Chairperson.
I would appreciate it if what we've said by way of expressing our condolences and conveying our sympathy to the next of kin and the loved ones of the late Mr. Mabutiana would be conveyed to them.
We will undertake to do so, Chairperson.
Thank you. Generaal Major is nog steeds onder eed.
General, still under oath.
Mr. Mpofu, would you continue with your cross-examination?
Thank you, Chairperson. General, maybe related to the discussion that we've just had. Sorry to
interrupt you. My colleague Commissioner Hemraj points out that we do not see the family members of the deceased who normally sit here in the first 3 rows which are reserved for them.
Oh, yes.
We do not see any of them here. I don't know what the reason for that is.
Chair, I'm advised, apologies Chair, I'm advised that they've been moved to the hotel to address some concerns and to have discussions with the attorneys. That's why they're not here today, Chair.
See.
Apologies right now, Chair.
Yes, well, I hope it's whatever the problem is, it's capable of ready and easy solution. Mr. Mpofu?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. General, just to put what I'm discussing with you in perspective, maybe in relation to what the discussion between myself and Chairperson about the tragedy that we're talking about of this specific individual. I just wanted to say to you that the reason I'm questioning you about the specific massacre, incident, tragedy, whatever you call it, which happened on the 16th at 15:30 or thereabouts, is exactly because of what has been said. Because the people I represent as individuals would like to know if anything could have been done to avoid whatever calamity that they might have faced. I'm sure we're together on that.
Ons is voorsitter.
We are, Mr. Chairperson.
Right, thank you. And that, fortunately, they are all represented by me. Otherwise, you could have had 350 councils here, all asking you the same questions. But be that as it may... I
wouldn't allow that.
I know, Chairperson. But be that as it may, General, the next issue that I wanted to deal with, where you specifically played a role, or rather, which was a consequence of your specific intervention, is what I said earlier before lunch. The time that, in fact, became available for the briefings to take place. Now, the question is this. You accept that the standing regulations make it or rather mark it as important that all the persons involved in a particular operation should get a detailed briefing prior to its execution. I'm sure we agree on that.
Ons doen, voorsitter.
We're doing that, Mr. Chairperson.
Now, and you, I know when you were being questioned by my learned friend, Mr. Badlander, accepted that this was one of the biggest operations of its kind involving violent protest and so on in your 30-odd years of policing.
Voorsitter, soos ek het uiteengesit het, met so 'n groot groep, sodanige wapen, dis reg.
So I explained it earlier, yes, it is such a big group with such weapons.
Yes.
Uthi ke lento ekuhlelwe ngayo apha nje kwizinto zonke ezike zenzeka ukuthi ingathi ngeyona ke inkulu eyathi yenzeka yanemiphumela efana nale ithe yabakho kule.
And you also accept that the briefings would, let's talk about this specific case. There was of course the briefing, if you can call it that loosely, that happened at the JOCOM at 1:30 of the leadership. Agreed? Of the leadership of the police.
Zazikhona ke zona yayi kwakukhona uthethathethwano phakathi kwabazinkokheli kumapolisa.
Voorsitter, dit was 'n JOCOM vergadering wat ook dan sekere toeligting geverg het.
It was a JOCOM meeting which brought to light certain things, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes, correct.
Yayi kwakusentlanganisweni yeJOCOM apho kwakuthethwa khona ke ngalomba walento eyayisenzeka.
And the second level of briefings which did take place were the briefings of the commanders, correct? And I might as well say this so that you cover both. And the third level would have been the briefing of the members who reported to those commanders.
Kwabe kukho ke nentlanganiso apho kwakuthethathethwana mzinkomanda kwazawuthi ke kwabakho naba bakhokhelweyo ekuthiwe kwabe kuthethwa nabo kwakhona.
Voorsitter, ja, maar die eerste toeligting het nie eers begin op die 16de tydens die 13:30 vergadering, dit reeds op die 14de, die Dinsdag begin.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, but it did not start on the 16th as it is. It started already on the 14th, this discussions.
Yes.
Kodwa ke oluthethathethwano belungaqalanga ngalo olusuku lwe-16 lwaluqale nge-14.
Die vlakke van toeligting is sodanig dat die oorhoofse bevelvoerder dan sal die operasionele bevelvoerder toelig.
But the level of communication would that be the operational commander would then inform the overall commander would then further inform the
of toesien dat die operasionele bevelvoerder sodanig toegelig is.
Or see to it that the operational commander is informed about.
Thank you. Yeah, no.
Die volgende vlak sal wees die operasionele bevelvoerder wat dan die ander onderskeie bevelvoerders toelig en dan daai bevelvoerders die onderskeie lede.
The following level would then be the operational commander informing the other commanders who would in turn go and inform the members serving under them.
Yes.
Tuthethathethwano lwalukhona ke kwaba bongameleyo belufanele uba yonke into ethethiweyo kwafikelelwa kuyo idluliselwe nakwabalandelayo bezinkomanda.
Yes, no, I accept that, General. For the purposes of what I'm canvassing now, I'm confining myself to the period between 1:30 and 3:30 or thereabouts on the 16th. And you would agree, wouldn't you, that there were these three levels of briefings, and I do accept your qualification of the first one, but that there was the leadership, and then there would have been a need to brief the commanders, and the commanders to brief their people in that 2-hour period.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
It's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Uyayivuma ke umhlekazi lo into yokokuba kwakudibene inkomanda ezingaba abantu bobungamele nabo ke bathi xa kusukwa kuloo ntlanganiso apho bekuthethwa khona badlulisele nakwaba bongamele kwabangaphansi kwabo.
Now, one of the consequences of, or let me put it this way, are you aware that the briefings which were carried out by Lieutenant Colonel Scott, I'm sure, and others, following the JOCOM meeting, lasted until about 3:15, according to him at least. I'll find the passage now, Chairperson.
Unolwazi naloko ukuba intlanganiso eyayikhona ke eyeJOCOM apho ke kwakuthethwa khona yalandelwa yenye ethe nayo yalandela ngexesha elalise emva ko3.
Voorsitter, en ek is bewus daarvan, dit is doodreg.
I am aware of that, Mr. Chairperson. That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ewe
Thank you.
ndinolwazi ngaloo nto.
Thank you. That will save me from having to look for the passage. Now, what that means is that given the time that you had suggested of 15:30, which was accepted by the others, the third level briefings of the actual people who were going to carry out the operation would only have had 10-15 minutes to take place. Maybe, sorry, let me finish that question. And in line with what we were discussing earlier, had you hypothetically set the time at 16:30, they would have had more time to do so.
Kwintlanganiso bebe nayo apho bebethetha ke bebhunga kunye khona leyo yona ithathe ixesha nelinoba mhlambi imizuzu 15.
Voorsitter, kolonel Scott hulle moes terug gewees het 15:15, so ek weet nie hoe laat presies het hy klaar gemaak met die toeligting aan brigadier Kalitz en dan ook die ander bevelvoerders nie. Maar dit moes voor 15:15 moes dit klaar gewees het, want hulle het nog steeds terug gewees vanaf die area na die JOC toe.
Colonel Scott was back at 3:15. I don't know what time he had finished over there because he had to walk from the place where they were back to the JOC after the briefing.
Colonel Scott lo owayesentlanganisweni ewe wabuya yena noxa ke engenawuqiniseka kakuhle uba ithuba ebelithathile lelingakanani kodwa wayebuyile ezawuthi naye abikele nabanye.
Voorsitter, ek het in my verklaring paragraaf 24 bewystuk G1.
I have in my statement on paragraph 24
op bladsy 11,
page 11,
het ek gesê het hulle teruggekeer omtrent 15:15.
I said they came back at about 15:15.
Kwi-statement sam ke ndathi mna babebuye ngexesha lika3:15.
What time would you regard as necessary, period of time, would you regard as necessary for the relevant briefings to be given? I mean, obviously, if you needed an hour, for example, then the time was not adequate. Presumably, if an hour had been required, you would have fixed the time of the operation differently from the way it was. But what period of time would, in your opinion, have been required, reasonably required, for the necessary briefings to be given?
Voorsitter, die totale tyd van sowat 1 uur was voldoende geweest om beide die toeligtings te doen, die toeligting aan die bevelvoerders en dan verder, want dit het behels die uiteensetting soos wat uiteengeset is in die special JOCOM vergadering. Dis dieselfde toeligting wat moes plaasvind.
The time of an hour, as stated, Mr. Chairperson, was sufficient for all these several briefings to go on because it was on the transmission of the same information that was given in the JOCOM.
Ixesha le-hour belonele lona ukuba kubekho uthethathethwano olo lonke phakathi kwabo liphinde libe kwalixesha ebelizawuthi lingonela ukuba kuphinde kudluliselwe izigqibo ezithe zathathwa okanye iingxoxo ebesele zithethiwe ngabo bebethe badibana.
Ons besef dat die operasionele bevelvoerder en die lede is vertroud as mens praat van 'n uiteendryf aksie en die verskillende vlakke wat dit behels. Dit is hulle is opgelei en vertroud met.
We are also aware of the fact that the operational commanders knew exactly such operations. There are people that are trained in this.
Besiyiqonda ke nento yokokuba ke xa kuzawuthi kudluliselwe imibiko yeentlanganiso ezithe zabakhona abo bantu kuzawudluliselwa kubo le mibiko bazinkomanda nabo banolwazi lokokuba kudla ngokusetyenzwa ngoluphi uhlobo kwiimeko ezolo hlobo.
If I may add, spoke of dispersal actions.
Yeah.
Kusetyenzwa njani na kwimiba yokokuba xa kuthiwa makuchithachithwa abantu kufuneka kwenziwe ngoluphi uhlobo.
And once again, following on the chairperson's question, and obviously we're not now talking rigidly that it must to the second, but would it be fair to say that if it was dissolved in for mercy, as you say, that it should take more or less the same, or maybe even more, to brief the troops on the ground than it took to brief the commanders, because the commanders are probably easier to deal with.
Inoba ke ilungile le nto ndiyithethayo xa ndisithi ayinawuba yinto enothatha elide kakhulu ixesha xa sele kuthethiwe ukuba ke iintetho zonke ekufikelelwe kuzo nezigqibo sidluliselwe nakwezinye iinkomanda nakwabanye abakhokheleyo.
Voorsitter, net sal waarskynlik langer vat om die bevelvoerders toe te lig want hulle word toegelig oor die hele optrede.
No, Chairperson, it to take longer to brief the commanders because they would be told of specific aspects.
Pertinent die operasionele bevelvoerder want hy met die hele operasie met hy.
Pertinently, the operational commander because he's got to see to the whole operation.
Ukudlulisela ke intetho nezigqibo ezithe zathathwa kwabanye nabo abaphetheyo asiyonto noku inothatha ithutyana elincinci, ingathatha ithuba ngoba kufuneka kucaciswe kuthethwe kakuhle yonke into ekuthe yaxoxwa kwafikelelwa kuyo nezigqibo nabo bezawudlulisela nakwabangaphansi kwabo abaphetheyo.
Dan byvoorbeeld sal 'n kolonel Makobela wat verantwoordelik was vir die ontplooiing van die draad, sou hy gefokus het op daai aspek met sy lede.
For instance, Colonel Makubela, who was responsible for the deployment of the wire, he would have had to discuss that aspect with his members.
Yes.
The witness said he would have to concentrate on that aspect with his men.
Yes. Yeah.
Have to concentrate on that aspect with his subordinate, his members.
Thank you. In fact, that's a good correction. Sorry, in the sense that I take it that you accept that the briefing would cover the whole operation because you can't just brief someone on their specific thing, but obviously they would concentrate on their own area.
Oorsig van die hele een met dan pertinente fokus op die pertinente detail.
Yes, pertinently on the specific details.
Uthi ke xa kudluliswa umbiko ke ozuvela osuka kwiintlanganiso ezithe zaphathwa ngezigqibo ekuthe kwafikelelwa kuzo kufuneka kucaciswe kakuhle ngokucacileyo yonke into edluliselwa kwabo kudluliselwa kubo kuba nabo baphethe abanye abantu ngaphansi kwabo.
And what I'm saying really as a general statement, and I'm not tying you to say was it 20 minutes, was it 45 minutes. All I'm saying is that as a general statement it would have been preferable if the briefings, particularly to the foot soldiers, so to speak, were given adequate time so that they get the full details, particularly in relation to an operation of this size.
Imibiko xa idluliswa emva koba kuye kwahlangana iinkokheli idluliselwa kwaba ngaphansi kwabo kufuneka ibe yenziwe ngohlobo lokuba icace kubo bonke abo babikelwayo ngezigqibo ezithe zathathwa okanye ngeentetho ezithe zabakhona ngoba kaloku nabo abo babikelwayo bazabe benabantu abangaphantsi kwabo okunokuthi kufuneka uba kudluliselwe nakwabalandelayo.
Voorsitter, ja, redelike tyd gegee die oordrag wat moet gemaak word.
Yes, reasonable time should be made available for transmission of this information.
Ewe kufuneka libekho lona ixesha eloneleyo ukuba kukwazi ukuba kudluliselwe imibiko yothethathethwano okanye intlanganiso nezigqibo zazo njengoba kudluliselwa ke kwabalandelayo nabo bephethe.
Yes, and what I'm getting at, I think we agree, is that had the time that you set or that was agreed been, for argument's sake, 4 o'clock, that would have been a half an hour more available for those briefings to take place. In other words, it wouldn't just have been a question of whether Matunjwa's advice would be given a chance, but it might also have had another added advantage of prolonging the time for the briefings.
Intetho uthethathethwano lwenu xa seluzawudluliselwa nakwabanye ukuba luthe lwaqhutywa ngohlobo beluzawube kukho imfuneko ukuba luqhutywe ngayo, kungakhathalisekanga ke ukuba indaba kaMathunjwa ke yona izawube ijongwe njani okanye yona iqhubeke ngoluphi uhlobo.
Nee, voorsitter, as 20 minute of halfuur voldoende sou wees, dan as daar nog 'n extra halfuur of nog 'n uur bygevoeg sou wees, dan sou hulle dit net nie gebruik het om toelichting te doen nie.
Mr. Chairperson, if 20 or 30 minutes was sufficient, the 1 other hour added would not have been necessary to do any briefing.
Ewe kunjalo ixesha le mizuzu enoba yi-20 okanye ibe yi-30 beloba lanele lona ukuba kwenzeke yonke lonto kungekho kwamfuneko yokokuba mali litsalwe ixesha libe lide kuneli likhankanyiweyo.
And if the evidence shows that, let's say, it took an hour to do the briefings to the commanders and only 10 minutes or 15 minutes to do the other briefings, would you agree that an extra 15, 20 minutes or half an hour could have made a difference?
Uthi uba ke bekunokwenzeka ukuba ke kwezi ntlanganiso kuthathwe ixesha elide mhlambe linodeske lifike kwi-hour, ezinye ke imibiko eminye ke eyawuthi idluliselwe kwabalandelayo, ungavumelana nento yokokuba ke nayo ibizawuphinda ithathe elayo ixesha na?
Voorsitter, ek volstaan dat 'n uur voldoende was, selfs al sou 'n halfuur geneem gewees het deur die eerste toelichting aan die bevelvoerders, was daar dan nog steeds 'n halfuur beskikbaar om die lede toe te lig.
I stand by what I said, Mr. Chairperson, that the time allocated was sufficient. Even if 30 minutes had been given for the briefing of the commanders, there would still have been another 30 minutes for further briefing to the other people.
Ek meld weer eens dat van die toelichting het al reeds plaasgevind op die so vroeg as die 14de en die 15de en dat lede bewus is van hulle
some of this
verantwoordelikhede.
information had already been transmitted from about the 14th, and some of the members were aware of their responsibilities already.
And some were not. In other words, there had been changes that were introduced at the 1:30 meeting which needed to be communicated. I think we agree on that. Agreed? Mr.
Zikhona ezinye ke izinto ebezingekathi zibe zidluliselwe nokwabanye abantu, noxa ke uthethathethwano olunye ke lona ibiyinto ebisaziwa ngoba ezinye zona izinto bezithethiwe besele zidlulisiwe naphambi koko.
Voorsitter, daar was genoegsame tyd om die besonderhede van die 1330 vergadering oor te dra aan beide die bevelvoerders en ook die lede.
There was sufficient time to carry over to the commanders and to their subordinates, the members, in the time that was available.
Okay, fine, we'll explore that.
So I'm not following this. What are the changes that you're talking about?
For example, that the barbed wire was going to be pre-positioned as opposed to being deployed. I mean, the things that were discussed at 13:30. Anything?
Perhaps I should ask the witness the question. Major General, were there any changes which arose or which were introduced which would have required extra briefing time? And if so, what were they?
Voorsitter, nie wat ek nou skielik aan kan dink nie,
Not something that I can just all of a sudden think of, Mr. Chairman, but
van fase 1 tot 6 was reeds bespreek so vroeg soos die Dinsdagmiddag.
because phase 1 to 6 were already discussed already on Tuesday.
Vlakke
Ja.
1 tot 6.
Stages 1 to 6.
Die posisionering van die draad byvoorbeeld was reeds op 6:00 die oggend bespreek in terme van om die draadkarre met dit te posisioneer.
The deployment of the wire was already discussed at 6, that the trailer wires should be available.
En ook dat dit 'n voorloop sou wees tot 'n fase of 'n vlak 3 ontplooiing, dat dit dan geposisioneer dan ontplooi sou word.
That this would be a step just prior to the.
I think the word is prelude, isn't it? Would it be a
It
prelude?
would be a prelude to the implementation of the third stage.
So in die res van die vlakke van die gebruik van geweld in terme van die force continuum is bestaande vlakke. Die posisionering in terme van die lyn was reeds bespreek. So daar's niks pertinent wat ek nou my vinger op kan lê.
Positioning of the wire and the application of force in continuum, this had already been discussed. There was nothing new in this latest discussion.
Now, sorry, Mr. Boy.
Kwiingxoxo zonke ezi ke ezazithe zabakhona into eninzi njengalo ucingo olunalo xa sekuzawube kufike ixesha lokukhutshwa okanye lokutsalwa kwalo ucingo zizinto besele zixoxiwe ezo.
Now, of course, that cannot be true, because if it was true, then there would have been no need for the relatively lengthy briefing that was given to the commanders, if it was the same as the 14th or the 15th, correct?
Kungekho mfuneko yokokuba ke ixesha libe lide kuneli likhankanywayo ngoba kwasele kuthethiwe naphambi ngoko neenkomanda.
Voorsitter, dit was weer bevestiging geweest en in hierdie geval was daar 'n Google kaart geweest met spesifieke
confirmation
of grafieke nie.
What had been discussed, looking into Google Maps.
In any event,
Dit was net 'n bevestiging geweest,
Sorry.
dit was net weer in detail deurgegaan.
It was a confirmation of what had been discussed and just making sure of everything.
Ezi ngxoxo ezibingezo ngxoxo bezizawuba nzulu okanye kunyanzelekile ukuba mazibe nzulu ngoba kwakusele kuxoxiwe ngazo zonke ezinto.
okay, we'll canvass this matter with other witnesses and also we'll deal with it in argument. But in fairness, I must put to you that we're going to argue that the 15:30 time that you had suggested and was accepted also, among other things, had an effect on the relatively reduced time that was available for the briefings, which was in the vicinity of 10 minutes, which can be adequate for an operation of this nature. You can deny it or say whatever you want.
Voorsitter, mag ek kommentaar lewer?
Should I comment here, Mr. Chairperson?
Ja, mag ek.
Should I?
Yes, of course.
Voorsitter, die 10 minute is nie so nie. Kolonel Scott, hulle was reeds, sover ek kan onthou, was hulle reeds kwart oor terug gewees en die jock is so wat 3.5 of 3.6 kilometer van die forward holding area 1 af, so hulle moes nog gery het ook.
10 minutes is not the correct time, Mr. Chairperson. Colonel Scott was already back at 3:15, and the distance that they had to travel after the briefing is about
3.5 or 3.6 kilometers.
about 3.5 or 3.6 kilometers.
So dit op sigself dui aan dat dit dan verseker meer as 10 minute was
This
wat
in
die toelichting
itself
plaasgevind het.
is
Okay.
clear
that-
that they could not take in 10 minutes.
Voorsitter, en dan ook die draad was eers om 15:43 of iets uit. Dan was die opdrag 15:40 En onthou net hierdie bevelvoerders is saam met hulle lede, so as daar nog enigiets verder was daar nog steeds addisionele reservetyd gewees soos die omstandighede uitgedraai het.
And the deployment of the wire took place at about 15:43, command having been given at about 15:40, and there were other things that were said before then.
uthi ukutsalwa kwecingo olu nako kwatsalwa emva kokuba kubekho nezinye izinto ezithi zenzeka phambi koba lutsalwe lona ucingo neentlanganiso ezi ezazibe khona zase zikhona nezinto ezithe zabe kuthethwa ngazo nomyalo wokuba makutsalwe ucingo yinto eyathatha elayo ixesha nayo leyo.
But I mean, that was a coincidence. Sorry.
I'm not sure that the full answer was interpreted into English. I think the point you were making was that there was enough reserve time if needed. Is that correct, Major General?
Voorsitter, ja, soos die omstandighede, natuurlik was dit nie sodanig noodwendig voorsien nie, want ons het besluit op 15:30, maar soos dit uitgedraai het, was daar dan nog addisionele 10 minute of so wat reservetyd.
This was put. The arrangement was, but there was in the meantime some 10 minutes or so of reserved time.
Emva kokuba ke kubekho uthethathethwano
over and above.
It wasn't envisaged initially that there'd be this extra 10 minutes, but the way it worked out, with the postponement, if that's the right word, of the implementation time from 3:30 to 3:40, that brought in an extra 10 minutes that hadn't originally been envisaged. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir, yes.
Yes, look, I'm trying to get out of this point, but of course that so-called extra 10 minutes was the fortuitous event brought about by Mr. Matunjo's address. I'm talking about the plan. I'm saying, had Mr. Matunjo, cancel him out of the equation, had the other briefings, the third briefings, only taken 10 minutes, assuming you would have started at 3:30, that time would not have been adequate. I think you agree, but you are saying it must have been more than 10 minutes.
The witness is emphasizing that
I did not agree with that.
Insofar as a causal connection would be required between the lack of briefing time and what happened in the end, if in the results there was more briefing time than was originally planned, then that would do away with the causal connection between inadequate briefing time as originally envisaged and what happened in the end. I think that's the point he's making.
Well, that point is invalid because it will take us to never land, because it would also depend on whether the extra 10 minutes was itself adequate. I don't want to go there, Chairperson. All I'm saying is that...
I'm saying to you what the witness said. You don't have to fight with me. I'm trying to keep an open mind.
To be helpful. Thank you, Chairperson. No, sorry. I would never fight with you, Chairperson.
General, can I just ask you, when the JOCOM meeting finished at 2 o'clock, when did Lieutenant Colonel Scott then leave to go to forward holding area 1 to do the briefing of the other commanders?
Commissaris, dit was waarskynlik binne die minder as 10 minute wat hulle vertrek het nadat dit daar klaar was.
It was within 10 minutes after the completion of that meeting that they departed, Commissioner.
Abanye general abathi bahamba njengalo khankanyiweyo bemka phakathi kwethuba elinoba yi-10 minutes.
Voorsitter, ek wil net herhaal wat ek gesê het. Ek het kommentaar gelewer op
advokaat
Mpofo's 10 minute bewering wat hy gesê het is al wat toegelaat was.
About Mr. Mpofo's allegation of 10 minutes, which he says was the only available time.
En as ons uitsluit enige reservetyd of enige iets wat na 15:30 gebeur het.
If you cut out any reserve time, anything that happened after 15:30,
dat is my stelling dat daar verseker meer as 10 minute was om die lede toe te lig, aangesien ek dit baseer dat kolonel Scott reeds om 15:15 terug was en hy 'n sekere afstand moet aflê, so ek reken dat dit 20 minute plus was wat sodanige toeligting geneem het.
I reckon, Mr. Chairperson, that since Colonel Scott was already back at 15:15, it must have been some time in the region of more than 20 minutes that he had already finished when he arrived.
Yes.
Kuthi xa kuqwalaselwa ixesha elathi labakho emva kokuba uKennel lo uScott engasekho emkile bekusekho imizuzu elishumi ebinokuthi kudluliselwe nezinye intetho nakwabanye ingelilolodwa ixesha belizabe likho ukuba bangadlulisela nantoni na efanele ukudluliselwa nakwabanye ngoba lona ithuba belikhona ngokwaneleyo elingaphezulu kwale mizuzu elishumi ikhankanyiweyo.
Yes, my last point. Sorry,
Mr. Semenya has turned his microphone.
Sorry,
Chair, to the extent it may be of assistance to Mr. Mpofu, the statement of Colonel Scott at paragraph 32 tells us that he started briefing the commanders at 14:30.
Well, we'll be grateful for that assistance.
I know
Mpofu,
that.
Please carry on.
I'm grateful, but I knew that before. Thank you, Chairperson. The only point I'm making, Chairperson, rather General, is that I accept everything you've said and all the postulations that you and I are making. But I'm saying if we can show through other witnesses, not you, that the amount of time available to brief the foot soldiers, as I've called them, was only 10 minutes.
Call them soldiers because that indicates.
Yes, it has other connotations. Sorry, yes. The third level briefings that you and I have agreed on. If only 10 minutes had been available for an operation of this size with so many units, with all that we know about it, that 10 minutes would have been inadequate. That's all.
Ukuba ke ixesha eli likhankanyiweyo lemizuzu elishumi kusithi nje makusithiwa ingathi lona belonele kanti kusezawuthi kube kudluliselwa eminye imibiko nakwabanye uthi ke mhlekazi belingasoze libe lonele lo xesha ukuba kudeske kuyokucelwa nabantu ba ngoku mabachithane bemke basuke kule ndawo.
Yes, thank you.
Are you going to lead such evidence? Or is there such evidence available in some of the statements that have already been filed? Or is this a hypothetical question based on the fact there may be such evidence if
no, it's not,
it turns out that way?
Chairperson, no, it's something between those two extremes. It's not a hypothetical suggestion, but insofar as one may call it evidence, it's evidence that will be inferred from other witnesses, maybe even police witnesses, which is inferred from their statements, as it were. And so I won't put it higher as...
If there's an evidential basis for
yes, it does. Thank you, Chair.
You better, Mr. Smith?
No, on the contrary, Chair, the witness told us just 20 minutes ago that these briefings had already commenced the Tuesday. So to say they had 10 minutes to do it is incorrect.
No. Sorry. Okay. I'm sure it's my fault, Chairperson. I accept that what the witness says, that the briefings had happened, some of it was repetition, and so on and so on. That I accept. All I'm saying is that to the extent that briefings were necessary, repetition or not, when I suggested to the witness that it might have taken about 10 minutes, he said he's sure that it would have been more than 10 minutes for the reasons that he stated. And all I'm asking him really is a simple proposition that if evidence comes to the fore later, and we've debated the nature of that evidence, that it was only 10 minutes that was available, would he agree with me that it was inadequate?
Uyabuza ba ukuba ke ngoku kungabe kuthethwa le into yokuba phezu kwentetho yoba imizuzu eyi-10 ibizawuba yonele ukuba makudluliselwe umbiko kubo bonke abantu makuphinde kuthethwe nabantu bamabachitheke elo xesha elo yena eyona ndaba ntetho yakhe ikuleyo yokuba i-10 minutes le ayonelanga ukuba kungathiwa kungenzeka zonke ezinto ezisele kuthethwe ngazo aba bantu aba nabo babe bayakwazi ukulifumana ithuba lokushenxa bemke kule ndawo.
And sorry, General, before you answer, let me just finish that question. and I was saying, given the nature, the size of the operation, the fact that these commanders probably would have had to walk somewhere where their people were, and I don't know what the distances were. Given all that, would you agree that a period of 10 minutes, if it's established, would be inadequate?
Voorsitter, wat ek
Xa kuqwalasele elo xesha le-10 minutes yonke enye into ibizawuba isafanele ukwenzeka loo nto yonke ithi ibingazukuba yonele i-10 minutes.
Voorsitter, wat ek probeer aandui het is dat daar meer as 20 minute waarskynlik beskikbaar was.
What I'm trying to indicate, Mr. Chairperson, is that there was estimated 20 minutes which was available.
Probably available. We said more than 20 minutes was probably waarskynlik available.
Which was probably available.
Uthi ke ufuna ugcininisa kule indawo yokokuba ibingeyiyo le 10 minutes yodwa kumane kuthethwa ngayo eyayikhona ixesha lalikhona lonele belinode lifike nakuyo i-20 minutes.
Yes. No, I'll leave that for argument.
Voorsitter, ek sou graag wil
I would like to
Sorry, yeah.
answer fully, Mr. Chairperson.
Carry on, Chair.
En dan voorsitter, in daai beskikbare tyd dat daar verskillende toeligting sou plaasgevind
In
het.
that available time, there would have been sufficient briefings.
En dat
Kwelo xesha elalikho njengoba esiselechile uba belonele bekunokuba kube kudluliselwa yonke intetho efanele uba idluliselwe nakubani apha nakobani okanye kubani apha ibifanele udluliselwa khona.
en dat sekere toeligtings uiteraard langer sal wees as ander.
And that certain briefings naturally could be longer than others.
Gegee
Eminye imibiko ke ibinokuthi xa idluliselwa kwabo idluliselwa kuwo mhlawumbi ithatha ixesha elingaphezulu kwexesha ebilinokulithatha kwabanye.
Gegee die pertinente taking van die onderskeie lede.
Given the different tasks of the members.
Nemiyalo yemisebenzi efanele ukuba yenziwe kumalungu ngokohlukana kwawo ibizawuthi nalo ibe ithatha elalo ixesha.
En selfs as party van die toeligtings slegs 10 minute was,
Even if the briefings were 10 minutes as it is.
Some of the briefings.
Some of the briefings.
Nezinye izinto ebezifanele uba ziyabikwa kwabanye nazo bezisenoba zithatha elazo ixesha.
dan was dit waarskynlik geag deur die betrokke bevelvoerder om genoeg te wees, maar ek was nie daar gewees nie.
I wasn't there, but it would have been accepted by the commanders that the time for doing so was sufficient.
Noxa ke yena ebengekho kuzo zonke ezi ndawo kodwa iinkomanda zezi ndawo ngokohlukana kwazo bezizawuba nalo ixesha loneleyo ukuba zidlulisele imibiko kubantu bazo.
Yes, Sir General, you know, I'm trying as much as I can to move away from this point, but your answers keep dragging me back. The simple point I'm making. Sorry, Chairperson. I wasn't sure, Chairperson, if I should continue. Okay, thank you.
I'm capable of putting short points
One
to my
ear
colleague
aside.
and listening to you at the same time.
Thank you.
You capable of doing the same thing if you have to?
No, Chairperson, it's just a matter of courtesy.
No, okay. No, that's a good point you now make.
Thank
Carry
you.
on.
Sure. Okay. All I was saying is I'm trying to move away from this point, but as I say, you keep on bringing me back. I'll ask you one more question. The point I'm making, General, and I'm asking you because you are the witness. Not only are you the witness, you are a policeman of 30 or more years' experience. You've probably been to thousands of these briefings. I've never been, and I assume the commissioners have not been as well. And I'm saying from that knowledge of yours, for example, you would know whether question time is allowed at these briefings and so on and so on. We know that there had to be walking time because the commanders had to walk from wherever they were being briefed to to where their units were. Considering all those things, with the walking time, the Q&A if it exists, and you can tell us if it doesn't, and so on, would you agree that a period of 10 minutes would not be sufficient?
Uyavuma na ukuba ixesha lemizuzu elishumi uba makudluliselwe zonke ezi zinto ebezifanele uba ziyadluliselwa nakwezinye inkomanda nabanye abongameleyo belingazuba lixesha eloneleyo.
Voorsitter, ek stem nie saam dat dit onvoldoende tyd is nie, selfs 10 minute.
Do not agree, Mr. Chairperson, that this would be insufficient time, even if it was 10 minutes.
Okay. I haven't dealt with Mr. Mpofu's point. Sorry, Mr. Boy, carry on. Mr. Boy, carry on.
Akavumelani nayo ke le into yokokuba imizuzu elishumi ibizawuba yonele ukuba makwenzeke yonke le nto oluthethathethwana okanye ukudlulisela kwemibiko.
You haven't dealt with Mr. Mpofu's point as to whether there's question and answer time included.
Voorsitter, dit alles hang af van die aard van die toeligting, die kompleksiteit daarvan, die spesifieke takings wat verwag word van die lede.
Everything, Mr. Chairperson, would depend on the complexity of the task that has got to be done during that briefing.
Maar voorsitter, ek sal altyd toelaat vir verdere toeligting, so die lede sal, as daar onduidelikhede is, sal die lede geleentheid hê om te vra en dit sal.
But I would allow, Mr. Chairperson, if there's something that is not very clear to the members, to ask and be made clear on those points.
Uthi xa kusenziwa imibiko eyona nto kuba ixesha xa kucaca ukuba njengeli likhankanywayo alonelanga yena ngokunokwakhe ukuba naye bethu abe kweso simo eso beza kwenza into kokuba malibekho ixesha uba kufuneka longeziwe kudluliselwe imibiko efanele ukudluliselwa ukuze ivakale kakuhle kucace zonke izinto ezithethwayo.
Voorsitter, ons net
Sorry.
Excuse. Net soos net altyd onthou dat dit nie afhanklik was net slegs van die toeligting op die betrokke dag nie, was reeds 'n aanloop geweest.
We must also take note, Chairperson, that it did not only depend on the briefings that particular day. This thing had been taking place throughout.
Kufuneka siqwalasele into kokuba ibingazukuba kukudluliselwa kwemibiko yodwa nje edluliselwa kwamanye amalungu into ekufanele uba ziqwalasele zikhona nezinye.
Will it be convenient for us to take the tea adjournment now, Mr. Mpofu?
Yes, Chairperson, we're moving to another topic.
If you're going to another topic, you suggest if there's anything in this point, it might be an idea to get the commanders to, not in the auditorium, but at some other time, to repeat the briefings in the presence of someone from your side that they would have given, and have a stopwatch, and then we can have evidence as to how long the briefings took. That might help us. But we'll take the tea adjournment now.
Well, Chairperson, we already know that the other briefings took about 45 minutes.
Somalia is here, the neighbouring countries are here, the international community is here. I've met recently with the President of Somaliland. I can understand their misgivings about coming to this conference, but in the end what matters is stabilising and sorting out Somalia, and we've seen huge progress from last year's conference, and I think we'll see further progress at this conference as well.
Recapping the top story, President Jacob Zuma has called for the establishment of the African Standby Force to help quell military coups on the continent.
Commission resumes. Generaal-Major is nog steeds oneerd. Mr. Mpofu,
Thank you.
you, I think, are still cross-examining.
I did. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, just not a serious suggestion, but just wanted to say if the exercise that the Chairperson spoke about of the stopwatch, one will have to also include the Q&A. In other words, the people would have to ask the same questions that they asked last year. But
I think it would have to be scientifically accurate.
yes, thank you, Chairperson. General, you do understand that I'm specifically confining our discussion to things that, or rather contributions that I am contending you specifically made leading up towards the incident. Are we together on that?
Ek sou die laaste een gewees het wat dit agterkom, voorsitter.
I'd be the last person to realize it, yes.
Yes. And that, just for the sake of completion, rather, more for the, not for the sake of completion, but specifically, I want to avoid having to ask you about other people's roles insofar as I can avoid it. I don't promise that I'll avoid it completely, but I'm confining it to the Annandale contribution, as it were.
Neem kennis, voorsitter.
Take note of it, Mr. Chairperson.
And also that, have you now read the opening statement that was distributed in the morning?
Ek het dit gelees, voorsitter.
I have read it, sir.
You will see that while ostensibly we were dealing with 9.7, some of the points also deal with 9.1, which is that the massacre could and should have been avoided. You appreciate that, at least from my point of view. I'm not saying you agree with me, but that some of the questioning relates to things that might have been done, which might have avoided the massacre.
Ek neem dit so waar en respekteer dit so.
I note it and I respect it that way.
And sorry, I'd just like to see, to be sure that we're on the same page, and that the questions I'm putting to you are from the point of view of the so-called protester Y, who might be somebody who was arrested, somebody who was injured, maybe even killed, or even this person who allegedly committed suicide. In other words, it's from a point of view of someone who say, had this not happened, I might either be alive or not injured or not arrested or not having suffered any of such a calamity. It's from the point of view of that person whom I represent.
Kan vaar as kom maar soveel aannames gemaak word, voorsitter.
I accept the comments made, Mr. Chairperson.
Right. Now, the other issue, which, in respect of which you specifically contributed wholly or if not significantly, is the fact that you are the person who invited Lieutenant Colonel Scott to be part of this operation in the first place, correct?
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
Correct, Chairperson.
In other words, once again, sorry, Chairperson.
I think we must give Mr. Boy a chance to interpret.
Okay. Uthi ke yonke lento ibithetha apha yokokuba ezi imibuzo lijoliswe kuye uyayiqonda kakuhle ukuba ayijoliswanga kuye ngobuqu bakhe kodwa ke kuye ngokomsebenzi akuwo awuphetheyo.
once again, I'll accept the fanciful proposition that somebody else might also have invited Lieutenant Colonel Scott. But the point I'm making is that his presence there was as a direct result of your specific invitation. Now, you've already accepted that.
So dat ek net die fanciful gedeelte het ek nie lekker verstaan nie.
What I didn't understand very clearly, Chairperson, is the reference to fanciful.
Yeah, okay, no, I'll explain it to you. What I mean is that just like the 1530 thing that we discussed earlier, there is always a remote, but very remote possibility that someone else, you see what I'm trying to get at is, I said I'm questioning you about things where, but for your intervention would not have happened. I'm saying just so that you don't qualify it, I accept that there's a chance, I don't know how many in 100, 1 in 100, that someone else might have done the same thing at the same time for the same reason that you did. But let's rule that out.
Ek kan net sê ek hoor wat jy sê.
I hear what you're saying.
Uthi Mhlekazi lo uyayiqonda ke lento ithethwayo kokuba yonke into othe wayenza okanye inxaxheba othe wayithatha kuyo yonke lento ngokomsebenzi wakho into ezawuthi xa kubuzwa imibuzo ngayo okanye ubhekisa lena lenga ngokwentetho le yakho le yonke le into ixhomekeke ukuba kungumsebenzi okuwo lo.
To sort this thing out once for all. How did it happen that Lieutenant Colonel Scott was involved in the Marikana operation? According to his statement, he was invited by Brigadier Fritz. You don't mention in your statement that you invited him, but how did it happen that he came to be involved in the Marikana operations?
So ek het vir Brigadier Fritz versoek om hom te mobiliseer om deur te kom.
I requested Brigadier Fitz to mobilize him to come to the...
So we don't need any fanciful suggestions. He was brought on the scene by this having asked Brigadier Fritz to telephone him and tell him to come.
No, that much was established, Chairperson, after the first question. What the witness said was that he wanted me to explain about my use of the word fanciful. And I simply explained to him that what I was saying is that just like the 1530 issue, there's always a remote possibility that someone else would have asked for Scott at the same time for the same reasons. But we're not dealing with that. And I think the witness and I understand each other in that regard. I'm sorry.
uKolonel Scott ebemenywe nguye lo Mhlekazi kanti ke ukumenywa kwakhe ke asiyonto uMhlekazi uMpofu ayikhathaleleyo uthi izinto ezazithethayo yena akukho nto igqushiweyo kwintetho kwimibuzo yakhe okanye kwizinto azibhekisa kuye.
So therefore you would agree with me that then the possibility exists that had you not specifically done that, we might have ended up with a different coordinator of the plan and maybe even a different plan altogether.
Uyavumelana ke nale eyokokuba uba ke ibengenguwe mhlawumbe uthe wamema lo Mhlekazi lo bekunokwenzeka ukuba kubekho enye intetho ngokwecebo elathi labekwa la okanye lamiswa.
Voorsitter, dit is baie moeilik om op al die spekulasies te reageer.
It's quite difficult, Mr. Chairperson, to react to all these speculations.
Unzima nyani ukuba umuntu uthi ukuba bekuthe kwathi ukuba bekungakhange kuthi kunzima ngokuba umuntu uzawuthi ke eyona nto ibinokuba yenzekile intoni.
As ons aanvaar dat dit Luitenant Kolonel Scott nie daar was nie en daar was 'n ander sogenaamde koördineerder.
If we accept that Colonel Scott wasn't there and instead another coordinator was there.
Uba ke kunokuthiwa ke lo lieutenant lo bekhona apho ukuba ebengekho kukho ongomnye ke
en dat elke ander persoon van die 650, 676 of 67 offisiere en lede presies dieselfde was.
And that there's other 650 or 670 other officers who were there.
Ngekwenzeke ke ukuba kubekho omnye waba abanye
Something else, were
bakhoyo.
precisely the same, he said. Precies dieselfde was. As ons aanneem dat.
Yes, if
Dat hulle
precisely the
presies dieselfde
same,
was.
650 or 670 were the same officers that were there.
Kunokwenzeka ukuba kubekho ongomnye ke kwaba abanye abangamakhulu angaphezu kwemakhulu asithandathu obezawuthi naye abe khona ke.
En ons het dieselfde JOCOM verteenwoordigers gehad, oorhoofse bevelvoerder, operasionele bevelvoerder.
And we had the same JOCOM representative, the commanders and the other, the JOCOM representatives, the same.
Kuyawuthi ke kubekho abangabanye abazinkomanda nabazimeleyo ezi JOCOM ezi okanye yona kuyo le JOCOM le bebezawuthi babe bakhona ke abanye abazinkomanda.
Voorsitter, dan sou die plan waarskynlik baie naby aan presies dieselfde gewees het. Dit sal dalk op 'n ander manier voorgedra gewees het. Dit sal dalk
Then, Mr. Chairperson, the plan would have been the same or nearly the same.
Indlela le eyathi yamiswa okanye kwavunyelwana ngayo yokusebenza ibiyawuthi ke mhlawumbi ibe yiyo ngqo le abafika bagqiba ngayo okanye bizaw bakufutshana nokufana nayo le abathi bagqiba ngayo.
Okay. Can I just pause and explain something to you? This commission, in terms of the terms of reference, deals with what caused the massacre, incident, tragedy, whatever you call it. Do you accept that?
The commission le yona
who caused?
Ijongene nalentlekele eyathi yenzeka and ifanda ifuna impendulo ethi yenziwe ngubani onoba ke ube ngunobangela walentlekele.
Voorsitter, as dit regtig baie vereenvoudig word, ja.
If it's rather that simplified, yes.
Uthi ewe ukuba kungathethwa lula ngolo hlobo ngayo injalo.
And that inquiry, that kind of inquiry, causation, by its nature, General, requires us sometimes to postulate what would have happened if X did not take place or if Y did not take place. So we cannot escape completely that inquiry. But for Anandale doing X, Y, Z, would the thing have happened? But for Scott doing this, would this thing have happened? Unfortunately, that's the nature of the beast that we're dealing with. Do you understand that?
Voorsitter, ek verstaan dit so en ek was besig met sodanig te antwoord.
I understand it that way, Mr. Chairperson, and I am busy responding to that exactly.
Tuyayivisisa ke eyona njongo yayo le commission uba kuphandwa into ezawuthi iphume nempendulo ezakutsho uba ngubani ke umuntu obengunobangela wale okanye leya nantoni.
I interfere with reluctance, but all of us have a common interest in the duration of this inquiry, not only because there are deadlines that are going to loom ever more close, but also because my client is financing a team to sit here. And questions which are based on the proposition under the label of causation, that if you, General Annandale, hadn't been there, or Lieutenant Colonel Scott had therefore not been summoned, that events would have taken a different course, can surely not be legally relevant when one establishes the fact that General Annandale was there, and that General Annandale gave the instruction that Lieutenant Colonel Scott should be brought in to assist with the drawing up of the plan. Otherwise, when one is in the realm of infinite regression of causation, because then I'm going to suggest that we should have an inquiry into who was it amongst all the thousands of RDOs who first suggested that there should be a demand for $12,500 a month. Because if that demand hadn't been made, there would never have been a strike, there would never have been people on the Corpia, none of this would have happened. So in the interest of relevance, we would submit that the establishment of fact should be pursued, and that the establishment of speculative alternatives of no direct consequence should not be allowed.
Is that, Mr. Mpofu?
Thank you, Chairperson. Well, I'm disturbed, Chairperson, by the trivialization of the inquiry that we're busy with. All I'm saying, of course, one can ask a million questions. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just explaining to the General that in the nature of finding a cause to something, we obviously relevance is embedded in what I'm saying. We will look for those relevant aspects of what happened, which at least part of the inquiry might involve looking at those relevant aspects of the facts, which may not have happened had certain commissions not taken place or omissions not have occurred. I was just making that clear to the General so that we're on the same page, because he seems to be uncomfortable when I say for example, the question that I was putting to him was that had he not invited Scott, he would not have been there in the first place, and we might have had a different plan, which I think is very, very, very relevant. So the objection theoretically is correct, but it has no place in what we're discussing now.
Well, let's ask the evidence leaders to see if they have any comment. Mr. Mdlanga? As interested as anyone is in these proceedings being brought to an expeditious conclusion after a thorough investigation of the relevant factors.
Mr. Chairman, yes, we certainly are interested in that, and it's a matter that we've raised quite a number of times. Mr. Chairman, I must say I share Mr. Tip's concerns. I'm not sure how one can demonstrate that had it been, say, General who at head office who had come instead of General Annandale, how one is able to then conclude or infer or even argue that that general would have come up with something totally different. He may well have, he may well not have. Similarly, the same argument would apply to the presence or absence of Colonel Scott. To my mind, it seems the issue should more be what is it that was wrong with the plan, and that is what should be debated before this commission, rather than so-and-so having been there or so-and-so not having been there. Yes, I will perhaps, and to some degree, accept that some criticism has been made of the fact that Colonel Scott is from such and such a unit. Was he a suitable person to be involved in the plan? But I would imagine one should cut to the chase and get to that point. Then, how far back can this go? I was whispering, just joking to my colleagues here, saying one could well just ask, had your mother not been born, you would not be here at all. How far back do we go? So I share the concerns. But to the limited degree that I've just indicated, to an extent one understands where my learned friend is probably or possibly coming from. But even with that, with the acceptance of that fact or point, I think one should really cut to the chase and get into grips with the plan and the criticisms that one has of the plan. Thank you.
Chairperson, firstly, yes, I accept that. And I'm the first one who said in the morning...
Mr. Semenya wants to say something.
Chair, it is practice to exclude questions that calls for conjecture, because precisely conjectural outlooks are infinitesimal. And we are going through this routine with Mr. Mpofu, presupposing that the massacre could have been avoided by non-attendance of Mr. Scott. That type of evidence will never be produced.
Okay.
Mpofu, before you comment, I want to say this to you. I have a problem with questions like what might have happened if such and such hadn't been the case, because all sorts of things might have happened. I can understand if the question were what would have happened if this hadn't been
Yeah.
the case. In other words, if Colonel Scott, for example, hadn't come,
Yes.
what would have happened?
Yes.
But the questions are being asked on the level, I understand it's difficult to ask them any other level. What might have happened, all sorts of things might have happened. I'm not sure they're going to help us. And you will be alive to the concerns that were expressed by Mr. Tip and Mr. Madlange, which I'm sure you share, about the need to use the time profitably and so on. So bear that in mind, please. May I suggest we proceed on a more restricted basis than the one you've been doing so far? As Mr. Madlange says, I think we both think we know where you're getting to, but it might help if you got there a bit quicker than you seem to be doing at the moment. I say that not intended to be critical, but to be constructive.
Yes, Chairperson, I would have gone there and been long past now if we hadn't wasted time with this objection. I'm the first one who said in the morning to the witness, I'm not going to ask him, I think the example I used about if the sun had not come from the east or the west. I'm asking here about not the birth of General Allende, but about his activities pertaining to specifically 1530 on the 16th of August, which is, otherwise let's stop this commission if we're not going to inquire into the exact things that happened, and that cannot be irrelevant. I'm not saying to him, if he hadn't joined the police, whatever, I'm not going to go there.
Okay. I allowed you to cross-examine about 1530, which you did.
Thank you, Chairman.
You've now established that he was responsible for bringing Colonel Scott.
Yeah. Okay.
If you want to put something
I'll
about
put it along
what
the lines.
would have happened
Yeah.
if he hadn't brought Colonel Scott, then you can do that briefly.
Thank you.
But I'm not interested in what might have happened, because all sorts of things might have happened
Of course.
if Colonel Scott hadn't come.
Yes, and neither am I interested in that, Chairperson. General Annandale, do you accept that had you not introduced Colonel Scott into the mix of what happened in Maracana, as we will argue, that the plan that was subsequently executed at 1530 on the 16th of August would have been different, would have come from somebody else?
Questions have been put, and the witness said that either would have been the same or would have been very close to it. I think that was nearly the same.
I thought that was the question that was being objected to. If it's been answered,
it's
then
been
we'll move on.
asked and asked. Asked and answered.
Oh,
So let's move on to the next question.
Then it was a non-objection, then, Chair. Okay, the next question.
The objection would have been on the ground of repetition that would have been upheld. Let's move on to the next question.
Well, Chairperson, honestly, if there's any waste of time, it's what we're doing now. Yeah. Can you move to this? We've now established that you went there uninvited. I'll leave it at that. We'll leave out the other question of authority. That you determined the time or suggested the time of the operation at 1530, and that you, General Annandale, invited the person who ultimately drew the plan that was executed. Is that correct?
Voorsitter, ons het alreeds het ek sodanig beantwoord.
I have already responded to all three of these questions, Mr. Chairperson.
Right.
Ke le mibuzo yonke ayibuzwayo ngoku njengoba kusithiwa ke nguye lo oweza necebo lokuba makude kuthini seziphendulile zonke ezo zinto zithethwayo.
The fourth thing is that General Mbombo instructed you, Major General Annandale, to execute stage 3 of the plan. Is that correct?
Kunjalo na ukuba uGeneral Mbombo wakuyalo kanye wakunika umyalo othi yenza ba makwenzeke le yesithathu into esele kuthethwe kwavunyelana ngayo.
Voorsitter, die provinsiale kommissaris het my in my kapasiteit as die voorsitter van die JOCOM het sy my getaak dat ons nou moet voortgaan met die volgende vlak.
Chairperson, the Provincial Commissioner tasked me in my capacity as chairperson of the JOCOM.
Futhi ke lo general bemnike olo xanduva okanye loo msebenzi ukuba makaqhubekeke njengoba inguye usihlalo weJOCOM.
Yes, but according to the chain of command, the person to whom that instruction should have been given is Major General Mpembe. The mere fact that you are chairing a meeting does not entitle you, Major General Mpembe, to be skipped.
Uthi ke oyena umuntu befanele ukuba uyenze uthalise olo xanduva okanye uthathe olo xanduva nguGeneral Mpembe. Wena ke into kokuba ungusihlalo wale JOCOM asiyo into ethi unamagunya ke ukuba mayisesikibe into ebase sandeni sakho leyo.
Voorsitter, generaal Mpembe was nie oorgesien nie. Hy het die toelichting gedoen aan die provinsiale commissaris.
General Mpembe wasn't skipped. It wasn't bypassed. This happened in the. I'm sorry. General Mpembe was not oorgeskiet, maar.
Mpembe, General
Information
Mpembe
to the provincial commissioner, I think witness it. He gave the information, or presentation to the provincial commissioner, I think that is what was
That's correct. It was General Mpembe who made the presentation, the briefing, to the national commissioner.
Provincial commissioner?
The provincial commissioner, I'm sorry.
General Mpembe ke ibe nguye ke umuntu othe wenza ingxelo ku provincial commissioner.
En die taking was in sy teenwoordigheid gegee. Dit was 'n kwessie van ek moet dit aktiveer in terme van die voorsitter van die JOCOM.
This tasking was done in her presence, and I was given this task to perform as chairperson of the JOCOM.
Lo oluxanduva ndithe ndalinikwa ke ndalinikwa ukuba mandiyenze ke le into bendiyalo uba mandiyenze ekhona nayo provincial commissioner.
You're not answering my question, General. I'm saying to you that the instruction to carry out the part of the plan that resulted in the incident that we're discussing here was given to you when it should, let's not say should, it could have been given, to put it at its lowest, to the CJOC who was General Mpembe. What do you say to that?
Lo msebenzi wawunikiwe wena ba mawuqhubekeke nawo ubusenokuba unikwe uGeneral Mpembe.
Voorsitter, ek het dit in die konteks verduidelik. Dit kon net so goed gewees het dat die PK dit gegee het aan generaal Mpembe en dat hy dan vir my gesê het, generaal, kom ons kry die vergadering bymekaar sodat ons kan die opdragte uitstuur.
As I said, Mr. Chairperson, this was done in his presence. It could just have been done the other way, that it could have been given to Mpembe, and then I would say, General, let's see to it that this is done.
Lo msebenzi njengoba ke ubunikwe mna nje ukuba ubunikwe lo General lo Mpembe naye ngokunokwakhe besenako ukuba angathi General masiqhube senze okufanelekileyo.
Yeah, and the issue really that I'm getting at is that, or maybe let me just give another example to show what I'm saying. As it happened, when the incident occurred at about 15:30 or so, you and not General Mpembe were at the JOC, which is where the CJOC should be. Is that correct?
Dit is nie korrek nie, nee, voorsitter.
No, that's not correct, no, Mr. Chairperson.
Ayikho njalo ke into kokuba le ntlekele yehle ngelo xesha lokuba befanele uba ukwintlanganiso le.
Were you at the JOC for the duration of the time?
Ubukwi-JOC na lonke elo xesha?
What, referring to what time?
Referring to what time, sir?
Well,
LPK xesha.
There's only one time that when the incident happened, General. I'm saying at the relevant time, let's say between 3 and 4:30. Were you at the jog?
Wawukujog na phakathi kwexesha lika 3 no 3:30. 4:30.
Ek was teenwoordig in die jog, dis korrek.
I was present at the jog, yes, that's correct.
Ewe benphaya kuyo ijog.
And is it correct that Major General Mpembe was not at the jog for at least some of that time?
Unjalo na ke ukuba major lo ugeneral Mpembe ebengekho yena ke kwijog ngelo xesha.
Voorsitter, advokaat Mpofu het verwys na 15:30 en hy het gesê dat generaal Mpembe nie die jog was nie, hy was wel in die jog gewees 15:30.
Mr. Chairperson, Advocate Mpofu referred to 15:30 and mentioned that General Mpembe was not there at the time. Indeed, he was in the jog.
No, sir. I didn't mention 15:30. I said between 1500 and 4:30.
Voordat u dit gesê het, het u gesê 15:30?
Well,
Before saying
the
that, you
last
said
one.
15:30.
If I did, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I meant to say between 3 and 4:30. Sorry.
Voorsitter, generaal Mpembe was teenwoordig in die 14:30 tot die 13:30 tot die 14:30, tot die 14 special JOCOM.
Ebekhona kwi special JOCOM General Mpembe.
General Mpembe was present in the special JOCOM between 15:30 and
13:30 and 14
13:30 and 1400 hours.
Ebekhona apho kwi JOCOM phakathi kwexesha lika 3:30 no.
En dan was hy ook
No, 1:30 no ban 14 hours.
13:30.
En dan was hy ook teenwoordig gewees 15:30 die tyd wat advokaat Mpofu verwys tot so min of meer 16 uur wanneer hy dan besluit het om in die helikopter te vertrek.
Then the time that the advocate Mpofu refers to, in the region of 15:30 to about 1600 hours, he was present until the time that he went into the chopper, into the helicopter.
Ixesha umhlekazi uMpofu athetha ngalo elingu 3:30 ukuya kufika ku4 ebekhona phaya kude kwafika elixesha ebethe wasuka ke ngalo ngehelicopter.
General, I said to you, forgive me if I made a mistake. It looks like you're not prepared to forgive me. I'm telling you that what I meant to ask you about was 1500 to 1640. Forget about what I might have said in a slip of a tongue. Do you accept that in that period between 1500 and 1630, Major General Mpembe was, for part of that time, not at the jog?
Ivuma na into kokuba eyona nto bendiyithethile kuwe bendithe mna ukususela kwixesha lika 3 ukuya kufika ku 4:30 ebekhona phaya kuJOCOM lo uGeneral Mpembe.
Voorsitter, maak dit jy so geantwoord ek gesê
I have
15:30 tot en met ongeveer 16 uur was in die jog gewees.
I responded in that manner. So I said from about 15:30 to about 1600 hours he was in the jog.
En toe het ek gesê toe het hy vertrek met die helikopter.
And then I mentioned that he left in the helicopter.
And sendivumile le into kokuba ebekhona ke kweli xesha phakathi kwexesha lika 3 no 4 kwade kwazofika elixesha athe wasuka ngalo ehambe siya kwihelicopter.
En toe was hy waarskynlik, weet nie, 20 minute min of meer.
And he
Later toe was hy weer terug.
Apparently probably 20 minutes or so, and then he was back.
Wemka ke ixesha elinoba lenze 20 minutes waphinde wabuya.
Would it be fair to say that if one reads the minutes of the meeting of 1330 EE, one would be forgiven for assuming that you were in charge and not General Mpembe?
Oba umuntu ke xa ezawucinga into kokuba phakathi kwexesha lika 1:30 nguwe ke umuntu obephethe ingenguye yena uGeneral Mpembe.
Voorsitter, ek het verduidelik dat die aard van om voor te sit in 'n vergadering is sodanig dat daar verwys word na die voorsitter.
I explained, Mr. Chairperson, that in such meetings reference is being made to the chairperson.
Sendicacisile ukuba kwi-meeting zolohlobo xa kuthethwa kubhekiswe kusihlalo.
Yes. No, all I'm saying is that in those minutes, I accept what you're saying as a person who was chairing the meeting, but in those minutes, it would look like General Mpembe, for the duration of that meeting, did not say anything that is worth writing home about, because he's not mentioned. except that for the fact that he attended.
uthi kukhangeleka ingathi ke uGeneral Mpembe lono xa ke ebekhona apho akukho kwanto ikhangeleka ingathi uye wayithetha yena noxa ke ebekhona.
Voorsitter, daar was insette gelewer.
There were inputs delivered, Mr. Chairperson.
En dit was,
Kwakukho uthethathethwano
en dit was sodanig gekonsolideer in die notas.
And it was consolidated in the notes as such.
yonke ke lento icacile nje na kwi-notes.
En ek het die vergadering voorgesit, so sou daar dan 'n bevestiging gewees het ek dit sodanig bevestig as die voorsitter.
If I was chairing the person and if there was any confirmation to be made, I did that in my capacity as chairperson.
Ewe bendingusihlalo apho ke izinto bezawuthi zibe ziyathethwa kakade zawube zibhekiswe kusihlalo.
Listen, General, there's a distinction. I've already accepted for the fact that you are chairing the meeting. I'm saying to you, what is remarkable about these minutes is not about chairing. It's about the fact that General Mpembe does not seem to have said anything that was worth noting. On the contrary, you appear throughout the minutes. The Provincial Commissioner instructed Major General Alan Dale to proceed with the implementation of Stage 3 of the operational plan. That's just one part. Next one. Major General Alan Dale instructed Lieutenant Colonel Scott to ensure that all the commanders are briefed accordingly. And the third one we've dealt with this morning. Major General Annandale instructed Brigadier Pretorius and Lieutenant Colonel Scott to report back at the JOC at 15:15 as he wants the operation to commence at 15:30. That's the picture I'm talking about.
Uthi ke yona nto ithethwayo apha ngokwe-ngxelo libhaliweyo apha yaloo ntlanganiso kuba izinto ezibesoloko zijoliswe kuwe ingum omane usithi makube nje yonke lento befunda ba eyifunda apha ithetha ngawe ingumajor Annandale omane sithi makube nje makwenzeke lenali.
Voorsitter, ek kan getuig oor wat daar gebeur het.
I can give evidence about what transpired, what happened there, Mr. Chairperson.
Uthini ndinganikela ngobungqina ke mna yona nto eyathi yenzeka.
As daar sekere voorstel gemaak word, soos byvoorbeeld Luitenant-Kolonel Scott en Brigadier Pretorius die offisiere met persoonlik gaan toelig.
If there's mention of Brigadier Pretorius and Colonel Scott being told to go and say certain things to people,
ukuba kukho izinto ezithethwayo zokokuba abantu abathile Pretorius nomnye basuka bathi kwathiwa makubekho into ezithile eziyawuxelelwa abantu,
dan was dit sodanig bespreek, het sy in die JOCOM of dan tussen my en die oorhoofse bevelvoerder.
It must have been discussed, Chairperson, either in the JOCOM or between me and other senior officials.
Inoba ke yonke into elolo hlobo yinto eyathi yathethwa okanye yaxoxwa phakathi kwami nabanye basezikhundleni eziphezulu.
En as daar so ooreengekom is, dan het ek as voorsitter gesê dit is dan die spesifieke instruksie of taking.
If that was then agreed therein, Mr. Chairperson, I would then, in my capacity as chairperson, to say this is the way forward.
Ukuba ke umba othe wabe kuyathethwa ngawo kuvunyelwane ngawo bendawuthi ke mna njengosihlalo ndithi hayi ke kuvunyelwane ngolo hlobo.
Mr. Mpofu, you'll notice on page 3 the passive voice is used, quite used. Discussion was held, it was decided, Brigadier Pretorius was instructed. It's not clear who took part in that discussion. So it's not possible to infer from the minutes standing by themselves that Major General Mpembe sat silently in the corner and said nothing. He may have, he may not have, but you can't tell it from the minutes because of the phrases that I read. Are you going to be much longer with this point, or shall we?
Yes,
shall we carry on with it tomorrow then?
No, maybe let me, without rounding it off completely, just.
I think it's already 4:10.
Is it 10 past? Okay.
Yeah, you like Mr. Bezos last week, having so much fun. The time passed so quickly because he was having fun.
Yes.
Obviously applies to you too. We'll carry on tomorrow at 9:30.
Yes, Chairperson, that's fine. I'll round this off and move because I'm really almost at the next point. Yeah.
So you nearly?
At the next point. So I thought if it wasn't 10:04, I would have asked for more time.
But it is 10:04.
That's fine.
The Commission will adjourn till 9:30 tomorrow.
Ngomso ngo past 9